with a mission to deliver fiscally responsible, highly dependable services to the citizens of our community and the region. With integrity and professionalism, this is the City of Albany Commission meeting with Mayor Bo Duro, John Howard, Ward 1, Mayor Pro Tem Matt Fuller, Ward 2, BJ Fletcher, Ward 3, Chad Warbington, Ward 4, Bob Langstaff, Ward 5, Demetrius Young, Ward 6, with Interim City Manager Stephen Carter, City Clerk Sonia Tolbert, and City Attorney Nathan Davis. This is the City of Albany Commission meeting.
Good morning. Welcome to the October 5th, 2021 work session of the Albany City Commission. Before we start our work session today, though, we have a special call meeting. Mr. Talbot, would you read the call, please?
Mayor and Commissioners, there will be a special call City Commission meeting on Tuesday, October 5, 2021 at 8:30 a.m. in Room 100 of the Government Center, located at 222 Pine Avenue, Albany, Georgia. The purpose of the meeting is to discuss and/or approve the following resolution, which is authorizing applications for Governor's State Fiscal Recovery Funds. It's signed by the City Manager, Mayor Duro, and the Board of Commissioners were notified via email.
Can we call the roll?
Ward 1.
Here.
Ward 2.
Here.
Ward 3.
Here.
Ward 4.
Ward 4 is here.
Ward 5.
Here.
Ward 6.
Here.
Mayor.
Mayor's here. This item, as we learned in June, there are funds available that will be distributed from the state through the Governor's Office of Planning and Budget. The deadline, which was originally August 31st, has been extended to October 31st, and I have requested that we direct staff as to the allocations that should be requested. And what I have proposed was $12 million for the CSO separation project, $5 million for the Henderson Recreation Complex, $2 million for further renovations of the Ritz Theater, and $3 million for expansion of broadband. Mr. Carter requested that that be increased to $5 million. I was trying to keep it at $22 million because our consultant had told us that basically if you break it down to the population, Albany's right at about 0.9% of the state population, and that would have been, I think, about $22 million. But with that, if anyone has any questions or discussion for the city manager or myself, we can proceed. Commissioner Howard?
Mr. Mayor, looking at this, these 4 bullet points, and they got the Henderson Recreation, $5 million. What about, we couldn't like divide that equal with the Bill Miller Center in East Albany?
Well, what the thinking is, Commissioner Howard, if we do Henderson right, then Bill Miller is next on the list, and we won't be piecemealing it. This isn't a partial renovation. So
you mentioned Bill Miller will be on the list of what, some other fund?
Actually, it would be the next recreation project, yes.
Okay. We don't have a cost analysis for that, do we?
No, sir, not yet.
Okay. And back to the Henderson Gym, as Mr. David Maskey gave us those renders and the history of it, to invest this $5 million to Henderson Gym, would it mean that we would do a brand new gym and
Yes,
to have it elevated above BFE?
I think the gym would be on the opposite side of the property where the elevation is somewhat higher, but the present gym would stay open until the new gym was constructed, and then there'd be ball fields and other playground equipment on the would be this roughly the south side of the property.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher?
Well, the only thing I'd, like to see if we can do, the Ritz Theater I would love to win Ritz Theater / Harlem District, and maybe if we get over 22 million, we can sort of tuck it in the back of our memory that we would like to give all of that to the Harlem District. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Warmington?
Yeah, Mr. Carter, so I guess let me take these one at a time. The CSO, what's the rationale with the 12 million? Like, why is that the number we're asking for?
That is what we're anticipating the engineering cost to be. So we're trying to get the engineering costs. And that's not an exact number, but that's what we're anticipating.
Can I interrupt, Mr. Carter? Sure. I think that number was estimated between 10 and 15 million, the engineering fees. And of course, we got to have the engineering work, but that's.
Yeah, and I think of the four, that's probably going to have the best chance of being funded, just what I understand and people I've talked to. Because it sounds like that's a very much of a regional project. We're going to have support of all the folks south of us, which I assume staff is working on. I understand that's very important to have Mitchell County, Baker County, Flint River Keepers, the Water Resource Center down here. You know, if we get all those folks on board, that's going to be a pretty stout request. Plus, we're paying for a lot of it. So we're not just asking for funds. There's going to be a good portion of that 100 million project we're going to have to pay for. So we're just asking for okay. The second concern I had, Mayor, I asked you last time, has Mr. Forgot this with Huffman.
Wood.
Has he looked at the Henderson property? Is there elevation that's not in the floodplain on that property?
Have you had a chance to talk to Mr. Huffman?
No, I haven't. We don't know what the actual plan for Henderson will be. This is an anticipated cost to actually move that project along. But if there is a reason that we can't do that site, then an alternate site would be picked.
Well, could I say, remember, one proposal Mr. Maskey had was, he said you could elevate the property of the central. So I would assume if the northern part of the property is not in the floodplain, you could elevate that the extra 2 or 3 feet. But you know, we don't have that definite answer on that, no, sir.
So 5 million, I mean, what is that based on square footage wise? Is that just one gymnasium with some activity center? I mean, what are we asking for with that?
It's a pretty round figure. I mean, but you know, we don't have the specifics. Hopefully we would have it by October 31st, some kind of schematics, but it would be a gymnasium with some kind of physical fitness area and an office for the manager and maybe a meeting center, but not a full community center.
Can I add, Mayor, that there's a group of our staff working to put these products together in a package that we're going to submit. These are just the numbers that the mayor came up with as a hypothetical for those areas. So we're working not from the proposal forward, we're working from the numbers backwards to see what those things will entail.
Okay, it just seems like there's a lot of ambiguity, and more ambiguity you're going to have is going to be harder to justify the folks. So I don't know who we got putting the details together, but you know, certainly I would suspect we need a site plan with here's where it would go, 20,000 square foot gym, 10,000 square foot gym. You know, there's just a lot of details. Same thing with this one. Who can we get to support this to beef up our? You think we can get Doherty County to? You know, it's in the county. Obviously, everything in the city is in the county. But could we get the county to support it? We have some other organizations that we could get to write letters of support.
I was hoping, Commissioner Warmington, and I don't know what the status of the city manager's discussions with Mr. McCoy are, but I was hoping that this could be a combined request. I don't know, I mean, that would certainly enhance. I mean, as we talked about before, we don't need to be going up there and asking for 30 million, and the county asked for 30 million. And the other thing about these numbers, if we all had a wish list and had 20 million by the CSO project and the 10 million for this and 8 million, I mean, I think our prospects of securing funding would be greatly diminished if our request for funding was far beyond that $23 million.
Okay.
The
So,
only thing that I haven't talked to the county about is the Ritz Theater Complex. They're willing to support those other 3 items that we have on the list.
Oh, good, good.
so, Mayor, I don't know what our goal is here if you're asking us to vote on this today, but honestly, it's going to be hard for me to support this 5 million when we don't really know what we're asking for. We don't know who supports it. The county may say, no, we don't support that. We want to do X and you're wanting to do Y, but there's some work that's got to happen. Not saying it can't happen, but I can't support
Okay.
a 5, I mean, there's a lot of details that need to be fleshed out. The third one, Mr. Carter, the Ritz Theater, how much did we get from the recent earmark?
2.1, I think it was.
So we got 2.1 in hand. We're asking for another 2
Correct.
for this. Are we allocating any of our own money for this, or what's the,
We have not at that point.
okay? So what is this?
Again, Commissioner Warburton, we don't have a budget. I mean, we got to get a scope of work, and that's going to fall back to, as we discussed before, I think at the retreat, Mr. Maskey said that the Ritz Theater was renovated in 1992, and there was very little, if any, sensitivity to the historic layout of the building, design of the building. And if you're talking about restoration, it's going to be a very expansive project. Restoration would be basically trying to design the building to the appearance of the 1935 structure. And of course, between 1935 and 68, when it was closed, it was obviously renovated several times, and the appearance would have changed. But
So has he given you a number? How much does it take to do what you just described? Is that a $4 million, $6 million, $8 million? What?
I think he mentioned it just roundabout terms, but I mean, I think he said something, he anticipated it'd be $3.5 million in 2021 funds, but, you know, with construction costs being what they are, I mean, but I think that, don't hold me to that, but that's why I was hoping we were going to get something from Mr. Maskey, but of course we'd have to compensate him, because then there again, the issues of we don't have the blueprints from the original building. That what he said would be very helpful would be photographs from the 40s, 50s, you know, that might tell us something about the appearance of the building.
Okay, and then the fourth one, Mr. Carter, broadband, what are we trying to do with the 5 million there?
That is to support the eastern and southern portion of our city. The two of these projects that are what you would call shovel-ready, the first one and the last one, this broadband expansion is something that we've been working on, and we will continue to work on. All this is going to do is accelerate the process. So that is already happening. We're just trying to move the process along quicker with the $5 million expansion. So that is already, that's going to happen. Just this will make it sooner rather than later.
So when you say eastern, southern, are you saying every residence eastern and southern, or
I
just
can't promise
commercial?
you every
or-
residence, but we're going to expand our coverage in those areas to where we're figuring out to be the most unserved and underserved areas. Now, I can't say that that's going to cover every residence in that area. I can't make that promise to you.
Okay. Have we done a business study to say if we expand in those areas with this money, you know, I think our typical amount that we charge for residential service is $100, right, a month?
Right, and this will allow us to subsidize that and not have to charge that same amount. Where we're looking at going, these areas are not going to support the business, our normal business model. That's one of the reasons it's taken so long for us, AT&T and MediaCom to get there, is because those areas don't support those business models. This is going to allow us to do that without having to use that same business model to apply in that area.
So what will that monthly charge be if basically this is the capital amount would be covered? How much would we be able to charge residents?
We're looking somewhere in the $50 range, but don't hold me to that either, because we have to actually look at how many residents we will be able to support in order to come up with that actual number. We can't give you an exact number on residences yet because we haven't built that area out.
So those would be the numbers that would be very compelling if I were sitting on a committee looking at this package and, you know, the city of Albany said, hey, we need an additional 5 million. We're going to put another 5 million with it. And with this, we can serve our 2 underserved area. Typically, if we charge $100 a month, we'll be able to charge $50 a month. We think we'll have a 60% subscription rate or a 20% subscription rate, you know. I mean, do you feel like you're going to be able to get to those details by the end of the month, or is...
Those are the details we've already figured out for the broadband piece of this. Again, the broadband piece is not something that we're coming up with now. Only thing the $5 million is going to do for our broadband piece is accelerate the process. So if you're looking for that, we can definitely give you that information already. That's
Right.
for the broadband, not
So,
for the rest of it.
Here's my concern with all of this. Let's say this committee says, hey, we'll give you 5 million for Henderson and we'll give you 0 for broadband. And we may say, well, dadgummit, broadband was more important than Henderson, but they gave us the money for Henderson, but it's more important for us to give internet service to our southern and eastern residents. So that's the challenge in all these requests is, you know, what's most important to us as a city? You know, we may say Henderson's most important. I'm not saying it's not, but chances are they're not going to give us everything we ask.
This is true, and that's where we're looking for guidance from this particular group. And these are more conceptual things that I think the mayor's trying to bring to you today to see if you guys are on board with the concept. Naturally, the details will have to be worked out on all of these, but I think what the process was is to see if this was okay as a concept to this group. Let's see if you were willing to allow the staff to go in with and develop the necessary details for those areas.
Okay. Well, I don't know if you're asking for comments, Mayor, but certainly of the 4, CSO is very clear, and the other 3, I guess I'm still, you know, just on the fence about how much, where, priority-wise, and if staff can, if you're just asking for a conceptual approval, I guess, yeah, it's conceptually, let's get some more details, but I'm not ready to put my approval on submitting.
Okay. Well, I mean,
until we get some more information, so.
We've got 30 days, staff needs direction. So if you have other proposals, let us know. But I mean, getting back to the point of if you didn't get the money for broadband, I mean, we know something's got to be done at Henderson. And if we get the funding for Henderson, that frees up that money for other projects, including broadband. I mean, this is why we need to have somewhat of a, you know, they talked about the 3 categories of funding and sort of spreading out your request over those 3 categories. We learned that recreation now under the negative impact is an allowable expense, and we're talking about a designated census tract. So I mean, that enhances the prospect of it being approved if, Commissioner, the request is submitted in a professional and, you know, manner so that the committee can get through and understand what we're trying to do, and that was the objective. But anything else?
Nope.
Okay.
I think that's enough. Thanks.
Commissioner Langstaff.
I just wondered, I mean, with all this, you know, back and forth, and this is a question for Mr. Carter, I guess, is it possible to just do a request for nothing but CSO? That any reason you couldn't do that, allocate it all to CSO?
Well, that is entirely possible. However, if we do that, that does eliminate some of those other things. So it depends on your appetite and your willingness to do either one of those things, and what is, again, the absolute most important to you. I do feel confident as we're talking about this that the CSO, some portion, I can't tell you it's going to be 12 million, but I feel confident that something in that CSO is going to get funded. However, those other things are more community-based items, and do you want to omit that?
Well, I guess my thing is you would look at other funding sources for those things that you didn't get funded. But the interesting thing that Commissioner Worthington just brought up is that what if they say no to one of them that you selected? I mean, the interest about the CSO is it's probably a slam dunk. Can't imagine them denying. I guess if you ask for 22 million or 24 million in CSO, they could cut it back and say, no, we're only going to give you 20, and then you might regret not having put some of the others on there. But by the same token, if you split it up the way that the mayor has proposed, and you only get the 12 million for CSO, you know, then hindsight's 20/20, I guess. I would think the CSO is the most likely to be approved, and the broadband expansion is the second likeliest. So that's just my guess. But generally, I agree with Commissioner Worthington's comments. That's all I got.
Well, I mean, if any commissioner wants to change the numbers, but, I mean, our consultant told us, well, I think you start making an exorbitant request, and it's going to have less credibility. I mean, the strong thing about the CSO project is we bearing the brunt of it at current, the community is. But if the commission wants to change these numbers, that's certainly on the table. I mean, I just am requesting that we identify these projects, and then staff concentrate on making the most persuasive application that we can in the next few weeks.
Can I also say that, you know, in a previous meeting, this board already approved us to apply for it. I think what the mayor's trying to do at this point is just put some constructs around what each one of those applications will be. And the initial piece of this, as I understand the process, is not as detailed as what we're asking for today. It's more conceptual on the initial piece, and I think as you move through the process, if your project gets moved up, or moved along rather, then you have the opportunity to go in with the actual details of what you're talking about. But if I'm understanding what the mayor's concept here was, we've already approved us to apply for it. He was just trying to put some numbers around what each one of those applications were going to be.
Mayor, could I ask you something?
Yes, ma'am.
You know, 1 and 4 is shovel-ready, correct? And I don't see where we couldn't, that's community-based. Those are two very important factors. We've talked about Bill Miller, we've talked about Henderson, we've talked about Ritz, Driscoll. Could we just stick with the 22 million, but call it CSO, broadband, and recreation? Do we have to name the projects? Because then if we get up there and we put X amount of dollars to something and we need more or less, can we just take that 7 million that you have and basically just earmark it as recreation?
Well, Commissioner Fletcher, none of us are really experts.
Yeah.
I mean, this whole process, I learned about it when Commissioner Worthington brought it up at the June regular, at the end of June. Mm-hmm. And, you know, we've the city manager, assistant city manager, and I sent y'all a letter about it. I mean, we were kind of on a conference call with someone from the Office of Planning and Budget that kind of gave us kind of a Cliff Notes version of what's involved, and what I would address in respond, Commissioner Fletcher, excuse me, is that there needs to be some detail about the project. And then, of course, she says not too much detail. And so what I think what you're saying is that is just a general request, and that's not what they're looking for. But that was my understanding, Mr. Carter.
That's correct. I think what will happen if we make the recreation request, we have to put something that we're going to do with it, and especially in this first round of evaluation. But if we make it to that second round, we actually got to have a project that we're going to.
Well, I mean, then could we, when you market recreation, instead of, earmarking X amount of dollars towards one project, name those projects. Recreation, and this is where we've been going. We've named CSO, we've named broadband, and if we, then just bundle it all together, but make side notes, this is the areas that we're looking at. I mean, I'm just asking because it seems like that might be where everybody's thinking, we're all agreeing to recreation. We talk about it every time we meet. But it looks like if we feel one's got more than, that's just my question. Thank you.
Commissioner Young?
I don't have any, particular issue with any of the projects that are on the list. But what I would advise is that we do have a priority in terms of what we're going to pursue, and let those priorities, be evident, let them be clear, so that the community can know what this board's priorities are. Of course, we've been talking about Henderson and Bill Miller Center for well over a year now, and I've been asking for schematics, drawings, details as to what could be done in terms of either renovating or redoing those facilities for some time now, and I'm pretty frustrated that I have not gotten any information to that effect up until this very point. Now we're trying to submit a proposal for a grant that's been out there since the beginning of the June. I was aware of it well before that the mayor is talking about, and the bottom line is that we either are going to have a priority to redo Henderson Gym and Bill Miller Center, or we're not. And that's something that the community will have to judge in terms of where this board's priorities are and what they actually value. Health and wellness are at the center of the pandemic and what we've experienced. We have not prioritized well enough those things that are going to keep our community healthy and move us forward. Now, you keep talking about infrastructure, but we're still talking about investing in people. We're still talking about repairing our community from COVID-19. And, the gist of these American Rescue Plan dollars, in my opinion, have not prioritized that healing for the community. So whatever we're going to do, let it be clear. Let it be not muddled into details about, we could have did this or we can do that or whatever. We have these projects listed, and as has been said, in the submittal of these to the state, these projects are not, necessarily needed for a whole range of detail when we apply. But we just need to make the case that we need these funds to recover from COVID and the pandemic. That's how they're drawn up in the particular buckets that they are slated to go in. And broadband is, of course, a very much needed thing, but our health and wellness is important as well. So just let the priorities be clear. And then also, Mr. Mayor, I will just say that, you know, I'm also frustrated with the level of participation that, you know, the community has had. I'm frustrated with the level of participation that I've been allowed to have in this recreation process. I'm beginning to think that this is a process for some and not all in terms of weighing in. I'm hearing a lot of details about this Henderson Gym project that, you know, I haven't been a part of any discussion. The contractor would, or the consultant would even mention that he had private meetings with commissioners. I know I haven't had any private meetings with them. And then I'm also hearing that they're, this is from their mouths, that they've been talking to, you know, other interested parties in regional recreational facilities and all of that. So, you know, just putting it out there that this situation in terms of recreation has been muddled and messy and still hasn't gotten clear because, you know, we don't want to let the priorities, you know, reflect the actual needs. And I think we're just trying to kind of, you know, throw something at the wall and see what sticks. But, you know, let's be clear about our priorities. Let's get this thing submitted first and foremost and see what comes back from the state, and then we can go there. But the priority setting, as the city manager said, has to come from this board. So let's make our priorities clear. That's it.
Okay. Well, Mr. Young, the only thing, if Wood's representatives met with, certainly I met with them, but if they met with any commissioner, that's certainly part of the survey, the investigation process. We just need to make arrangements for you to meet with the representatives. There's nothing clandestine about these meetings. So we'll address that. So at this point in time, we need to either move forward with this or if the other commissioners don't approve of this slate, we need to, I would, the chair would entertain a motion to move as proposed in the resolution.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
after hearing all of the dialogues and I'm a firm believer that the way this project was put together and needed some more input, and I hate to say we're pushing something through at the 11th hour, but I'm just going to offer the resolution and ask for its adoption.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion?
Mayor, I would like to offer a substitute motion.
Okay. Does the substitute motion take precedence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What would that be?
So the substitute motion is to table this item and to come back at our next work session with staff giving us some more details of these 4 line items. So 2 weeks from today. You know, for me, a 1-page document and a 1 sentence with a bullet point for $12 million, 1 sentence for 5, you know, that's just not enough detail, in my opinion.
Okay.
So
All right.
I think the 4 categories are fine. I just believe that we need more details of what we're actually asking for. If any of us were to interact with a legislator or somebody at the state capitol, you know, we need to know what it is we're asking for in detail. So the table motion is a sense just to give staff 2 more weeks to bring some details back on these 4 line items.
Okay. Well,
Can I make a point on that, Mayor? As we consider this, understand there's a October 31st deadline.
Yeah.
And if we wait a couple of weeks to do this and you don't like what's there, we don't have a real opportunity to pivot at that point. So what we're really looking for is guidance from you guys, is where do you want to go with this? We don't mind going wherever you want to go, but we just want to go, we just need to make some steps in that direction.
Is there a second to the motion to table?
Second.
Motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to table? Ms. Davis?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Commissioner Howard, any discussion?
No further discussion.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, sir. I would just ask if we do table this and we bring, whether we have a special call or whether we discuss it at our next work session, can we get some input from the state level on just making certain, I think all of these projects are viable projects and good projects, but as we've said, 1 and 4 seem to be the shovel-ready projects, and the last thing we want to do is have projects on there that don't really have a much of a shot at getting funded. So can we get some guidance from the state level when we discuss this next?
Well, it's my recollection that I think the members of the committee, tell me if I'm wrong, have been discouraged from discussing with local governments and other applicants the process because that might somehow lead them to prejudge or having been advocates for the project. But is that correct, Mr. Carter?
That is correct. We had the pleasure of meeting with some of the staff prior to that, but in each one of those meetings, it was discussed that, further meetings is going to be discouraged.
Okay, well, at that meeting, was that the takeaway that the further down the line and the further towards a shovel-ready project had the best chance of getting the funds?
That was not. They gave us some guidance as to how the process worked, but they couldn't give you any indication as to what is possible to be funded and what's not possible to be funded. What they told you was the parameters that you could make your application for, and gave us their best guidance as to how to do that application and what should be included in the application, but they couldn't give us any indication of what would or would not be funded.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Fletcher?
Well, yesterday, 20 years it took to do a groundbreaking at the bus station. So frustration, I'm pretty sure everybody in this room has felt it. And I know when we go to delay what that means. We're constantly always up against a deadline where we needed to do it yesterday. The CSO and the broadband is important, and I don't want to do anything to jeopardize those two projects. And the other projects, Ritz is important, Henderson Recreation. If something down the line comes and we look at one of these projects and it's just way over this budget, then it's something we simply cannot do. But I am not going to chance delaying this. So my vote will be a yes to move forward with this. Thank you.
Commissioner Warmington?
Yeah, let me be clear what my ask is. So for the separation project, the tabling it would be to just have a statement of what it is we're asking for the $12 million. I believe we have engineering bids that are out right now. I don't know if they've been received, but even that would be an indication of if we're using engineering funds. For Henderson, should be just a quick phone call to Mr. Huffman, say, can you give us a one-page summary of the 10-acre site? We believe it can be mitigated by bringing in dirt and raising the gym up, and it's a 20,000 square foot gym. Just something that kind of indicates that. For the Ritz Theater, same thing as the mayor has mentioned. It could be a letter from Mr. Matsky that says, hey, for $4 million, we can restore it to the original, some details. And then for broadband, I know, Mr. Carter, you said eastern and southern, but, I'd like to have some kind of description of maybe a circle. Here's our focus areas. Here's the areas that aren't currently being served in the city. These are the first ones we'll go. And then with the $5 million also, what are we committing to? All that would just be on a summary. So I guess what I'm asking for is just a one-page summary of all four of these. And I say a 2-week delay in my motion, Mayor, but really as soon as staff can get these more details on these 4 items, we can have a called meeting and to discuss more details as soon as they're ready. But at a minimum, 2 weeks delay.
Okay. Commissioner Langstaff?
I agree with that.
Okay, Commissioner Young?
Yes, sir. Like I said, as I understand the process, I don't think that level of detail is necessary for this application. The application is basically to go in and basically list your project and have you, submit pretty much what the need is for that you're asking for. I don't think it's, in too much, detail needed to say that we have a recreational facility that has been in need of remodeling for, 25, 30 years. It is a cornerstone of the recreational opportunities within an underserved area within our community that suffered greatly from COVID-19, and we need the funds for that particular recreational facility. That's basically what the application needs to pretty much say. And the reason I'm telling you that is because I'm actually been working with a number of other groups who are also submitting applications for their particular projects in the nonprofit sector. So it doesn't take a whole lot of schematics or anything. As a matter of fact, a lot of the folks that will be reviewing these things won't necessarily be experts in any of the stuff that you're talking about having staff submit. So we're just kind of, need to, again, like I said, set the priorities and just basically sign off on these are the things that we want to get funded. These are the things that we need to have for our community to recover from COVID. That's all this particular process is. The rest of it is just, maybe for our own edification, but I think we need to come back to the table at a later date and then, based on whatever's funded, make sure we do our due diligence to plan these things out and, come together and see exactly how these projects are going to take shape. Because I particularly, would like to weigh in on some of the broadband things. There are some things that I think we can do in terms of partnering with the school system to, offer some type of wireless solutions as well. But those are things that we can work out once we get this application in. And I don't want to bind staff in trying to get this in. When you're doing these things, the time crunches do matter. So I'll vote to move forward.
Okay, I just think we need to move on with it. I'm going to vote against the motion to table. I want to say that in the next 2 weeks, the next 3 weeks, staff's going to be getting the information I think that Commissioner Warrington's talking about. This is uncharted territory. I mean, in the meeting, they said you need to have sufficient detail so that people on the committees can understand the project. That, in my mind, for Anderson, would be a schematics, a site plan, and a budget. We don't need blueprints, but I requested this special call meeting so that staff has direction of where to go. And there's going to be numerous hours dedicated to getting information of all of these projects. And what Commissioner Young just said, you don't need too much detail. Well, they told us that, but they also said you need to have enough detail for the people on the committee to understand the project. And that is what I am doing, is trying to make sure that staff has direction and we have some consensus as a board as to what the applications are going to be. This about the CSO, what are we asking for? The problem is the engineering fees, the parameters are $10 to $15 million. If we can get the engineering fees up front, we can get this thing moving faster, and the likelihood of achieving that 2025 deadline are more favorable. The broadband, we all know that the digital divide is most pronounced in distressed areas, and this is one item Mr. Carter has said is true all over the country. why didn't Mediacom and AT&T go into distressed neighborhoods? They can't make money. And what Mr. Carter is proposing here is basically to subsidize internet in portions of South and East Albany, and to sort of level up the playing field for families and particularly students in those neighborhoods. This letter we need from Maskey, I mean, we can't, Mr. Maskey isn't going to provide us his professional skills. He's got to be compensated, and we have to know, that's why it's here, we have to know that this is what we are going to be pursuing. The same thing with Henderson, and I said to Commissioner Howard, this is a major recreation project, and if we can get funding from it through the rescue plan, then our next project is moves from second to top priority. We just need to move forward with this, and I appreciate everybody's concerns, but with that, Ms. Talbert, the motion on the floor is the motion to table. Could we call the roll?
No.
Yes.
No.
Ward 4,
Yes.
Ward 5,
Yes.
Ward 6,
No.
Mayor.
Mayor votes no. Now can we call the question on the primary motion, which is to approve the resolution as presented?
Ward 1,
Yes.
Mayor, we haven't had discussion on that one.
Okay, excuse me. All right, I guess since there was a motion to second, that suspended the discussion on the primary motion, and now it's time for discussion on the primary motion, if there is any further discussion. Commissioner Howard.
Mr. Mayor, once again, I look at these projects as something that, as I elaborated earlier, that these funds that are coming to the city and to the state and to the country may not be available in our lifetime anymore. And since we do have someone in the White House, the Senate, and the Congress have a true vision of where this country needs to go in the next 50-some years, that I think we certainly need to do. But Mr. Mayor and to commissioners on this item CSO separation project, we know that we're going to have to meet a deadline before 2025. And I would think that after this project is voted upon, and then we have a contract that we will be looking at next year, and it would be to this city advantage to think outside the box. And when I say think outside the box, that this CSO project is going to be extended for 30-some years plus, and that we also, for the last 30-some years, have had splash money. I have been preaching to the choir for the last 15 years when we have these projects on the that deal with engineering. We need to have a professional engineer on board to oversee these projects and to make sure that they come in budget and not over budget or under budget. So we certainly need to look at hiring a professional engineer to be on staff to guide us through this the CSO project once we vote on the contract next month. And then next year, we're going to be voting on another Splash 8. So it would be to this advantage that we have an engineer on staff just to oversee the CSO project and the sale tax project and T-Splash project as well. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
No further discussion.
Mr. Fletcher.
Well, you know, again, 1 and 4 is very important, and I don't want to jeopardize losing the funding for that. And we all know, go ahead and use the whisper campaign if you want to. You know, if one of these projects, the Henderson or the Ritz or any recreational project comes about and it is way over these budgets, or one's in a flood zone and it's just something that can't be built, then it's simply not going to happen, you know. But the CSO and broadband is so very important that I ask all of the commissioners, for the sake of knowing we got a deadline, knowing we're horrible about meeting these deadlines, and we are simply asking for the staff to be able to move forward. We've already been told, no more meetings, no more this, no more that. You know, this is, again, you know and I know that if some of this comes in way too high, then we will have to tweak our request, give the money back for those certain requests. But I don't see holding up the CSO or the expansion or anything just because we have a heartburn over a project or two. Thank you.
Commissioner Warmington?
Yeah, so just want to communicate, I certainly support all 4 of these projects. I guess to use a quote from a decade ago, it feels like we're saying, let's go approve this so then we can go read it and figure it out. I just feel like we got it backwards. But with that being said, I'm supportive of the 4. I believe that Mr. Carter and staff is going to vet these out, and I just ask, you know, maybe a deadline I would like to ask is maybe within a week we can get some kind of one-page document on these 4 projects, whether it's, as we've discussed, something from Mr. Huffman, something from Mr. Matsky, something on the broadband, just to give us more details, to feel more comfortable as the month progresses as to what it is exactly we are asking for. So, but again, I support the 4 buckets or the 4 big projects. Just feel like we need some more details. Thanks.
Commissioner Langstaff?
Nothing further other than to say, I just think if we focused on 1 and 4, it just sounds like to me we're going to have more likelihood of success. So, but that's all I got.
Commissioner Young?
Nothing further.
Okay. I just want to reiterate, there are 3 categories of funds available, and we're trying to submit a request under all 3. The Henderson and Ritz Theater would be the negative economic impact. This is uncharted territory. What my proposal is to ensure that staff and the commission, and staff puts together an excellent presentation, and staff has a commission, commission has a good understanding of the funding that the city is seeking, and certainly they would also give us an opportunity to let the community know what our applications are before they are submitted. This rescue plan, the funding, this is, like I say, I was completely unaware that this extra $2.4 billion was available until our meeting in June. The state extended the deadline because the committees had just been formed, and it's uncharted territory, as I said, but this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to secure funding, and we need to take advantage of it. With that, can we call the roll, Ms. Talbot?
Ward 1,
Yes.
Ward 2,
Yes.
Ward 3,
Yes.
Ward 4,
Yes.
Ward 5,
No.
Ward 6,
Yes.
Mayor.
Mayor votes yes. And now we would adjourn the special call meeting and move into the work session. The first item on the agenda is a discussion to move the the first work session in November to November 3rd, because November 2nd is an election day, and there's an ordinance which prohibits the commission from meeting on a day that there is a municipal election. Ms. Talbot, you want to explain that to us?
Yeah. So, we did have an ordinance back in '95 that stated no commission meeting would be held on election day if there is a municipal election. And we do have 3, as the mayor brought out, running for office this year. The ordinance was specific that it would be the day after. So in this case, it would be November 3rd instead of November 2nd would be our work session. And December, we do have an ordinance that we adopted last year that we would just have only 1 work session in the month of December. So the request today is to figure out if we want to have our regular meeting on December 14th or December 21st.
Okay. Any preference? Commissioner Howard?
I'm satisfied with it.
Okay. And just having the work session on the 27th and the regular meeting
That's
on
correct.
the 14th or the 21st?
21st.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
So work session on the 7th, and then, regular meeting, I'm fine on the 21st.
Okay. Commissioner Fletcher?
I'm fine with both.
Commissioner Warmington?
Yeah, I'm good with those.
Commissioner Langstaff?
I'm good with those.
Commissioner Young?
Yeah, I'm good with those.
Okay. Well, then we can well, we pull up, prepare a resolution and vote on that at the meeting? Is that the way we do that? Ms. Talbert?
Yes, that's what the city attorney said.
Okay, all right. I need to bring something up to the commission, it's kind of out of order. I have to, I'm going to be trying a case, I think it starts November 16th, Tuesday, and we can either, if the commission wants to move the second work session in November to the 15th, I could be here, but otherwise somebody else is going to have to chair the meeting. So y'all think about what y'all want to do about that. Next, Mr. Norman, we have some applications for alcohol licenses. The first is SAI Sony One Inc., seeking a beer and wine package license for 2121 Radium Springs Road. Good morning.
Good morning. Saisuni One Inc., doing business as Albany Mart at 2121 Radium Springs Road, has submitted an application for a packaged beer and wine. Solana Bedin Patel, Pethawala at 117 Widgeon Drive in Leesburg, Georgia. The local agent is Donna Moore at 1017 Nelms Road here in Albany. This type of business is a convenience store. The planning department identified this location as zoned in C1 on Arteria Street and in Ward 6. The distance requirements for the nearest school is Morningside Elementary at 120 Sunset Drive, over 4,300 feet. And the nearest church is New Birth Fellowship at 2106 Raven Springs Road, over 1,100 feet. This establishment has been vacant for a number of years. The police department has no open investigations at this location. Police calls over the past 12 months, there are no calls at this location. The applicant placed an article in the Albany Herald at least 10 days prior to this meeting as notification to the general public that the application will be considered. The applicant and the location meet the criteria for approval.
Okay, any questions? Commissioner Howard?
Mr. Norman,
Yes, sir.
this is going down Ray Spring Road on your right. It's that old convenience store that the storm did some damage, right?
Yes, sir, right there in front of the storage units.
Okay. Are they going to do an overhaul because that store looked completely dilapidated and an eyesore?
Yes, sir. The intention is to do some serious renovations to the establishment. Because, yes, sir, it is in bad repair.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No questions.
Commissioner Warmington?
Yeah, Mr. Norman, are they currently open right now?
No, sir, it's been closed for a number of years.
Okay, so they're waiting for this, I guess, to reopen?
Yes, sir, before they start any renovations or anything.
Okay, and they plan to be a full-service gas station, convenience store, or is it just convenience store only?
As of right now, it's just convenience store only.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No question.
Commissioner Young?
Yeah, have they submitted any building plans for that particular location? I know it's right there next to that, I think the Marine Canal. So I don't know how much they'll be able to renovate or even put a new structure there, but that whole building seems pretty, in pretty bad shape.
And no, sir, I didn't ask for any building plans at this time. I think they're just wanting to know if they're going to be able to have an alcohol license at that location before they get in debt with trying to renovate the building.
Well, I think whatever structure they're going to put there would have a bearing on whether or not they get an alcohol license or not. One of the problems I have with the alcohol license that do get passed through is that they're usually these, poorly constructed, never been renovated or even, eyesore type of stores that are located in these areas, and they're looking for a quick buck so they can set up shop and put beer, wine, and lotto ticket type stuff up in the neighborhood, but not really doing a whole lot for the aesthetics or the condition of the neighborhood. So I would like to see if you could reach out to them to have them submit something that says they're planning to put a some type of nice store there, if that's what they're going to locate there, and not just another kind of hole in the wall convenience store. Can we get that?
Yes, sir, we'll work on that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
So, Ms. Davis, can you make a license conditional upon submitting satisfactory building plans and
Well, I'm sure
constructed?
nothing would actually be issued unless they had a certificate of occupancy.
Yes, sir.
that,
I think
you know-
what Commissioner Young is talking about is basically doing a second-rate rehab job, and but okay.
Well, again, I hope that the planning, who actually, controls all that, the certificate of occupancy wouldn't go out until they had adequate plumbing and, everything that a store needs, refrigeration, whatever. Is that correct, Norman?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
The next item is a request from One Life Liquor, Inc. for a liquor, beer, and wine consumption license at 1515 Clark Avenue.
Yes, sir. This is One Life Liquor, Inc., doing business as One Life Liquor at 1515 Clark Avenue. They submitted an application for a package of liquor, beer, and wine. The applicant is Jaymin Patel at 2511 Sly Avenue. This type of business is a package store. The planning department identifies this location in Z2 on an arterial street and in Ward 2. The distance requirement from the nearest school is Robert Harvey Elementary School at 1305 East 2nd Avenue. That's over 3,400 feet. The nearest church is Victorious Life Church at 201 North Carroll Street in excess of 1,800 feet. The establishment was previously licensed as Milan Food Mart from 2002 to 2021. This application is requesting a pre-approval for the liquor store. The intent of the owners to start renovations on this building, provided that it passes in the commission for a liquor store and renovations as of January 2022. The police at this location has no open investigations. The police calls over the past 12 months. There was 1 property crime, 2 persons crime, and 28 miscellaneous. The closest package store to this location is in excess of 3,000 feet. The applicant placed an article in the Albany Herald at least 10 days prior to this meeting. That's notification to the general public that this application will be considered for approval. This application is not considered a transfer, although the establishment is currently open. It is an actual category change. In order to have a package store, and you have to serve individual servings of medication, potato chips, and all the condiments that goes along with alcohol sales. So therefore, this establishment has an intent to close at the end of December and start renovations in January, provided that they have a pre-approval of this application. The applicant and the location meets the criteria for approval.
Commissioner Howard, any questions?
Mr. Mayor, and to the commissioner, however, this is not in my ward, but it's on the fringe of my ward at the corner of North Maple and Clark Avenue. And as a commission that represent that area, and that is a buffer between Ward 2 and Ward 1, I will challenge the commissioners before we vote on this next, at our nightly meeting, is to ride by there, and you will see, and the way Mr. Norman explained it, the owners are building a little strip mall across the street, and they want to add some other little business like ice cream parlor and a barber shop, and they want to turn the old building into a sell liquor, beer, and wine. And if you look at in the last year or so, that area is a depressed area, and it would be a eyesore from the community, because when you come off the bypass trying to go west on 300 and you got to look at a liquor store that the entrance will be off Clark Avenue in my ward. So it doesn't look good from economic development and trying to empower East Albany, that coming into the main roads on Clark Avenue, Sylvester Road and Overthought, that you got a liquor store almost on every corner. So I would ask this commission to, in due diligence before we vote on this on the 26th, is to ride the area, look at the area, and to put a liquor store that close in the neighborhood. The closest house is on Roosevelt, it's less than 75 yards, and it would be inappropriate that this could, not inappropriate, but it would not be in the best interest of the citizen of Ward 1 and Ward 2, that anytime you decide to come to the Walmarts or come across town, that there's a liquor store on every corner. So look at it and make your own judgment that this is not the best interest that this bill is going to be used for. And I have no other question, Mr. Mayor, or no other comments, but the commission just ride that area and look at it and see that the Love Truck Stop have opened up, and that was a $14 million project. And across the street where the Patels 50 Bill is stored, that is a $2.6 million project. So in all, that Clark Avenue has some economic development growth in the coming year. But if we continue to pack the liquor stores in minorities and poor neighborhood, you can rest assured that it would be almost difficult to improve the area, because these things have a way of drawing crowds that you would not want to see in public. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher.
No questions.
Commissioner Warmington.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Howard actually answered my question, but so I did notice that there's a lot of grading going next door, so that's going to be a little strip center, commercial. So
Yes, sir.
there's no applications we're considering other than just normal business licenses for that.
There are no applications at this time.
Okay. And so this particular building, one question I had was the address for that little corner is 1517. I don't know why the applications for 15, are they going to add on to the store and make it larger?
I'm not sure the total expansion of the building, but I do know that they're going to have to do some renovations. That was in the discussions.
So like if you look at your map that you provided to us,
Yes, sir.
the applications for the little lot to the left, it's not for the food mart on the corner.
Yes, sir. This location have always been identified as 1515.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. That's it, Mayor. Thanks.
Commissioner Langstaff.
Nothing further.
Commissioner Young.
Nothing further.
Marcia, is the owner seeking, what is it now, a package store?
Right now, it's a convenience store.
Oh, it's a convenience store.
Yes, sir.
And he's basically wanting to convert it into a bar.
No, a package store. It's a convenience store right now.
But I thought it says consumption, beer and wine consumption on page 14.
Let me take a look at there. No, so the application is packaged beer and wine on
Okay.
the original application.
So I don't guess you have the agenda item that we have right here.
No, sir, I don't see it.
So, I mean,
No, I
it's
don't have that one.
a mistake when it says liquor, beer, and wine consumption. This is a,
Yes, sir, that would be a typo. That would
yes,
be a mistake.
he's seeking another category of license, to wit, a package license.
That's correct. He's wanting
Okay.
to change from convenience to package.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
The next item is Greg Ventures LLC seeking to transfer a beer package license for the store at 2401 MLK Junior Drive. Can you tell us about that, Marshal Norman?
Yes, sir. This is Greg Ventures LLC, doing business as R&M number 2 at 2401 ML King Junior Drive. Has submitted an application for a transfer of beer only. Gregory Dexter Daniels at 2922 Winterwood Avenue here in Albany. In this type of business is a convenience store. The planning department identifies this location zoned in C1 on a collector street and in Ward 6. The distance requirement from the nearest school is ML King Junior Elementary at 3125 ML King Junior Drive, over a mile away, and the nearest church is New Dimension Olive South at 2505 ML King Junior Drive, over 780 feet away. The distance, as the establishment was previously licensed as Davis Groceries from 2010 to 2012, and R&M Groceries number 2 from 2012 until 2020. The police department has no open investigations at this location. The police calls of service over the past 12 months, there was 3 persons crimes, 3 property crimes, and 37 miscellaneous. The applicant placed an article in the Albany Herald at least 10 days prior to this meeting as notification to the general public that the application would be considered. The applicant and the location meet the criteria for approval.
Any questions? Mr. Howard?
No question at the time, Mr. Mayor, but when everyone speak, can you come back to me?
Yes, sir, will do. Mayor Pro Tem?
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No questions.
Commissioner Warmington?
No questions.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No questions.
Commissioner Young?
Yes, sir. So is the ownership changing hands with this?
Could you say it one more time? I can't hear real good
Is the
right here.
ownership changing hands?
Yes, sir. It's transfer of ownership.
Okay, that's all my questions.
Commissioner Howard?
Mr. Mayor, when we was at the retreat and we did not get a consensus of placing the action for a moratorium, did we decide that we would just let it ride or go out and do some more information before we look at it, or what?
I don't think a decision was made.
Mayor, if I
Okay.
remember, we decided to put an RFP out
Okay,
for
Yep, the
people to
study.
submit bids for a study.
yeah.
That was the decision, is to issue an RFP.
Okay. And Mr. Mayor, you don't know, that's incomplete as of now, right? Or we haven't decided?
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Carter, do you know when we can move on, or you need a blessing from this commission to give you final approval?
Well, actually, if this is something that the commission would like us to pursue, we'll go ahead and start the process. Naturally, we have to bring it back to you for that final approval, but we could definitely solicit some input for an RFP. But we can go ahead and move on that if that's what the commission has decided.
Mr. Mayor, could we have that on the agenda item at our next work session?
Well, the RFP won't be back by then.
Okay.
Yeah,
We, I don't think we need the commissioner's approval to do the RFP. We need the commissioner's approval to sign once they are, once a vendor has been selected. But if you guys have some additional instructions that you like in that RFP, we can do that.
okay. Well, I mean, we just need to decide, do we need to take some formal action, or can staff go ahead with the RFP process? And I think that was the consensus. So can we just move forward with that, and staff give us an update at our next work session, or the regular meeting
There won't be
this month?
anything to tell you on the next work section other than the RFP's been released.
Yeah, they know but that's just an update letting us know it is in process.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, and the reason why I say that is that it doesn't take a rocket science to figure it out, but as a city commissioners, and to you, Mr. Mayor, and the other commission, when we look at how this city is divided, when I say divided between east, west, north, and south, and looking at some other venue, is that I was out on the Gillenville Road yesterday, and I was out on the Old Dawson Road and Westover Road, and someone reminded me that there are some liquor establishments in the city that are ideal, like one on Pine Avenue and one out on Gillenville Road and one out on not Sylvester Road, on Westover Road, that you really cannot differentiate that there is a liquor establishment because of the pristine look at it. So we realize that we have problems in this community and in the state, and we all know from past experience that these applications that continue to come to the city, what we are doing, we are forcing individuals that can move to Lee County or wherever because they feel that the city is not safe. And when you look at certain areas in the minority community, that almost on every street corner, you're going to have a liquor store and you're going to have a standalone church. And we got to look at the overall appearance of this city. And I certainly hoping that this moratorium, once we get it, that we would do some critical thinking, saying that if this is going to continue to be the Good Life City, there are certain things that we got to not block, but we just got to not approve going in areas that we're depressed and thriving. Because I get emails all the time. Matter of fact, I got one yesterday from a young lady who had moved back here from the Bronx, and she said, why is it that certain part of this community is so, she used the word filthy and trash. And I said, well, miss, I tell you what we got to do. We got to educate the public. And so we both agreed that these convenience stores, these dollar stores, that they are horrendous for trash and litter behind the store. And I think that if we're going to continue to be here, we got to make sure we look at the whole city and say that if I go to East Albany, South Side, North Side, or West Side, that I want the East Side to look just as good as the West Side, the South Side as the North Side. And we need to make a stand on these liquor stores and things, and these Dollar Tree stores that go in certain areas that just robbing individuals that may not be informed or educated enough. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Doctor. Next item on the agenda, thank you, thank you, Mr. Forgy. The Historic Preservation Commission has passed a resolution asking the City Commission to designate the C.B. King Building as a historic landmark.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. So in September, the Albany-Doherty Historic Preservation Commission voted to recommend the designation of the C.B. King Law Office as a local historic landmark. There was a joint public hearing between the City Commission and the Historic Preservation Commission on August 17th. This building, which is located at 502 South Monroe Street, was built in 1965. It's a great example of minimalist modernism, but while it's an interesting piece of architecture, it's more important because of its owner and occupant, C.B. King, and his association with the Albany movement. The structure is located in the floodplain and was severely damaged in the flood of 1994, and it's not been occupied since, and it's in very poor condition. Designation as a local historic landmark will bring additional recognition to the building and the important role of its owner, C.B. King, that he played in the civil rights movement in Southwest Georgia. The designation will also exempt the building from the floodplain regulations that require either elevation or flood proofing for commercial buildings. Either of these things would have a detrimental effect on the historic character of the building. So if you have any questions about any specifics, I'd be happy to entertain them.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Forgy, any questions? Commissioner Howard?
No question at the time, Mr. Forger.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No questions.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes, sir, but I want to ask, Mr. Norman, is this the street that we were just discussing about an hour ago? On Monroe? Did he already leave? All right, well, I will tell every one of y'all, if you go down on this street, I do agree that this would be an excellent building because of this historic value, but I am struggling with that street. We've got C.B. King building on that street, we got Pastor Benton's church, and then we have a mechanic shop that just, you want to talk about filth and trash and disrespect, go on over there because, and then told today because of some of the rules we have on the books since they're operating, it's not a whole lot we could do. I would be embarrassed to put this on the historical landmark, thinking that when people are riding by the city, they see this, because please, y'all take 5 minutes to ride down that street and look at that mechanic on the corner, and Pastor Benton tried to buy the house next to him, and the people wanted $46,000 for that dilapidated piece of property. I thought they had added a zero by mistake. So, you know, this is one of the, there's so much history on that street and so much filth to back it, and maybe we can all get behind this street. Operation Cleanup, I believe, will be next week in that area. Hope Mr. Rowe is listening, but nothing's going to stop until we can do something with these owners that own these car lots, from Broad to McKinley to everywhere. They're just parked everywhere. Thank you.
Mr. Warmington?
Mr. Forget, do you know what their current plans are with the structure that's currently there, or future plans?
I do not have details on the current plans, no.
Okay, so historic designation doesn't change code requirements or health and safety requirements or any of the building code requirements other than just a floodplain?
No, it doesn't, but it does show everyone, the public, staff, the owner, that this is an important building, so there should be more care given to it. It doesn't exempt them from any of the rules, but it may be that if they present a plan, they may have longer time to do something than someone who doesn't present a plan. So we'll work harder with them because it's designated as a historic landmark that's worth preserving.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Commissioner Langstaff?
Nothing further.
Commissioner Young?
Nothing further.
Okay. Yeah, I'm certainly supportive of this project and supportive of going forward to the next phase, renovating it and making it an attraction. But one thing, Mr. Forgy, let me say, on the cons, I brought this up before, Mr. Carter. I mean, I think two cons would be have not identified a funding source for renovation of the structure, and another would be have not identified funding source for operation of the building. And you know, I just, if we can.
Not to get too deep into that, but, you know, that really is not what this is about. This is just about that designation.
Right, okay, I understand, but the long term, just the designation and you have the frame of the building, I mean, I think, you know, this is like, saying, but excuse me, is that all questions, Mr. Forgy?
That's it, Mr. Mayor. I have no question for Mr. Forgy.
Appreciate it, Mr. Forgy. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright, I passed you up. I think you wanted to speak before that item, correct? Correct. Okay, I apologize. No, you don't. Mr. Wright, you want to speak? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll just give it Attorney King.
Okay. I did say I wanted to apologize.
A point of order, though, really, Mayor, before you put the clock on me. You all really getting ready to mess up on the Ritz Cultural Center. And before you put the clock on, I want to just clarify a couple of things. Now, it's up to you. If you want to do business as you usually do it. I served on the Ritz Cultural Center board. In fact, a matter of fact, there were 7 members who worked for Albany State who was on the board. I was one of those. And what I'm telling you is that the information that I think that you're talking about, Mr. Maskey, is all wrong. In 1992, the building was renovated then, and the architect has those renderings. As a matter of fact, I'll give the information to the city manager, but there were 7 of us that worked at Albany State that was on the board of directors at the time.
Right.
And what happened, we got an architect out of Atlanta, and former Mayor Bays, when he got on board, what he did, he took $5 million and he split that $5 million between the Ritz Theater and the Carnegie Library. So that's how it got messed up. So that same architect worked for Cutler Grove Baptist Church to renovate about 50 of those houses there on Broad. He has those renderings of the renovation. Okay. Now, you're not going to pay me, but I'm just telling you, you're getting ready to really mess up.
All right, no, Mr. Wright, what I said was we didn't have the blueprints from the original building.
He does, that's what I'm telling you.
Oh, from the 1935?
The architect that community development hired, that was one of the things he did.
Okay, all right, so you're saying that gentleman has the original blueprints?
That's what he reported to us, and there are...
Okay, well, we'll certainly...
All right, so I'll give the information to the city
I was
manager.
trying to find him, I don't think he's no longer practicing, but we'll pursue that, certainly.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Well,
All right.
now, with the C.B. King building...
So can I turn the clock on now?
No, don't do that, don't do that. Don't do that. At any rate, what I'm bringing to your attention here, you just mentioned that on page 1. What we're looking at is I've had conversation with some of the commissioners about what needs to be done. This is another example of reverse Robin Hood, because when we look at the 36 years of SPLOST, there have never been an African-American not-for-profit building organization that received any SPLOST funding out of 36 years. That goes back with benign neglect, poverty, and a report by the Census Bureau on September 21st. They showed that we were 12th in the nation out of 80,000 local governments with a population of 50,000 or more. 12th in the nation, and the state of Georgia said we were the highest in the state. So we've never been on SPLOST, and there was a made mention about conferring that responsibility to ACRI. Well, that's another example of reverse Robin Hood. What we're suggesting here on page 1 is if there's another SPLOST, a black organization needs to be on there, such as the C.B. King building. In other words, you look at page 2, we give you more detail. The city, the county, school board go through $1 billion every 14 months, but yet 2% resonate back to the African-American community who's paying most of those taxes. Well, if you look at the middle paragraph there, the Slater King building, that's Attorney King's brother. It's in the same disarray there at 400 Highland Avenue. They had to shut it down. It is a 501c3. What we're proposing is Conceedco and Framtech will put together a 501c3 application. To give you an example, when the EDC went to get their 501c6, they charged $5,000. That's what the attorneys charged them to do it. So we will do that. We will do the C3 application, the structure and everything, and we will also come up with $850 to file the petition so that in the future, the building could be converted and have a purpose. See, it doesn't do any good to just sit a building up there just like being a mothball. We need to set up a C3 so we could have some of the amenities there for aspiring attorneys and also to provide legal aid service in the building. If we do that C3 designation, the money will come much quicker than they will with the historic designation, because I've operated through various organizations, 5 not-for-profits. And just as with the Ritz Cultural Center Board, the reason we got into trouble was it was not the architect's fault, it was what the city's fault at that time, because the architect gave us plans and showed us what we need. Our utility bill would sometimes run $2,000 a month because of value engineering. That is, somebody come back and say, well, see, they split the money, the $5 million between Carnegie Library and Ritz. That came through in 1992, $2.5 million. So they went back and undersized everything. Can you imagine that? So the people who worked at Albany State, including myself, every month we got to come up with $2,500 or $3,000 to operate it. We can avoid that by stopping the reverse Robin Hood and all these other things that help us to get the designation of being probably one of the worst places in an impoverished zone in the country. So this organization, the building could be used like a legal aid society for aspiring students, because I served as president in NAACP for 30 years. We were right in front of the C.B. King building.
1 minute, Mr. Wright.
Well, you say you're not going to put the clock on, and now you're changing the rules. Well, if you look at the next page, you'll see we've highlighted all of that information for you. The last page, on page 4, it shows that designation is not going to get you one nickel. All you got to do is look at the Harriet Tubman Museum there in Avondale, New York, because I checked it. They're catching the devil, and they are under the National Park Service auspices. So what I'm saying, don't give people false information about it. That designation is not going to come up with a groundswell of money. You got to have that C3, that C4, C5, or C6. We will do that, and then the new board, whoever that board is, whomever they are, they can look at these constructs, and then it'll bring us closer to having an equal society as opposed to what we now, because we're upside down now, being 8% of the population, never on a splash ballot, and then come over here and say, well, that's his stuff.
Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Well, you're not going to give me the extra time? Well.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Wright? Mr. Howard.
Mr. Wright, thanks for the information, but, and as you state, you went back and did 36 years of this research data, and we certainly, as of next year, we'll be in SPLOST 8, so we certainly need to get a lot of projects that before we put it on the referendum to be included in SPLOST 8. And just to piggyback, Mr. Mayor, and to Commissioner Fletcher, she did make a valid point when she was talking about the areas that, in that area, and I see we have someone in the audience probably can clarify because she's a resident of this community. But that area you take from, where you take south of the bus station all the way back out to Oak Ridge, 30-some years ago when there was a Harlem Drug Store, you had the Cochran Studio, and as what the commission was saying, down from C.B. King building on the 500 block of South Monroe, the next block you had some of your well-educated doctors, lawyers, principals, mail carriers, and things of that nature. So that whole area during the time of segregations where your blacks that worked at Albany State lived, and they stayed there. Like I said, the carpenter owned Carpenter Studio and the drugstore and the Andrew Carnegie, and you got the old Madison High School there, and then unfortunately Carver Junior High School have been demolished, but that was the first, school, junior high school for people of color to attend in the past. And by, like the right say, getting this destination, what we got to do, we got to look at the whole area, because it's sad to say that, Mr. Wright, individuals that had the resource, the money, and visit the area, most of them are dead, but we got to make sure that we chime to the children of those individuals that this is where I was born, this is where I was educated, and all, because what's going to happen in the years to come because of technology, we're going to lose a lot of valuable history, not only in the South Side, but throughout this whole nation, because we got to pass the torch and let these historic monuments be a eye-opener, saying that they was here. And Mr. Mayor, I will close. When we moved here, I attended Carver Junior High School in the 8th grade, so you can almost tell how old I am. But it was there, and it was an icon, but it's no longer there. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, any questions for Mr. Wright?
No questions.
Mr. Fletcher?
Well, Mr. Wright, I do want to thank you for getting this handout to us a little bit early, because I was actually able to read it and look at it. And, some of the things you have in here, it looks to be valid. Now, some of it, it's hard for me to believe that, no African-American firms have ever received any financial assistance. But one thing I do want to ask you, Mr. Wright, and I'm very serious about this, and and you're probably going to throw it back at me, and I'm going to tell you what I do. We can throw the money at this all day long, but if we don't get into these neighborhoods, your group, your group, your board, all of them, you're out here in this community as much as anyone. Do y'all ever think to go to some of these areas and simply just knock on these doors and tell these people to quit living the way they're living? We put money into a project, and then you got one great home or one great historical area, then you got 3 or 4 that, when the trash truck comes by, they're too lazy to get off the porch and put the trash in the can. And yes, I'll tell you, I've walked up to many homes in the years that I've been here, picked their trash up, put it in their can, and asked them to please care. And I'm just wondering if your group, you all the time, and rightfully so, I respect some of the things you do, some of the things I question and say, where did he get this stuff from? But, it's just going to take people like you and your organization and everyone to, it's easy to come up here and call us trashy and say that we're not doing anything. I've even called a street trashy and filthy today, but I'm going to do my part on Monroe and do everything I can to try to do that. And if we all would just take a street or take a house or take an area and do something other than just always be a negative, it would be a positive thing for you and your groups to get out here and shine the light on some of this. But, again, thank you for getting this out early, because, it does give me an opportunity to see where your head's at. And I do agree that we need to really take some monies and preserve our history, as Commissioner Howard said. But, I surely don't want our legacy to be, boy, Albany, Georgia is full of history and full of filth. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Warburton?
No questions.
Mr. Langstaff?
No questions.
Ms. Young?
Thank you for appearing, Mr. Wright. No further questions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wright. The next item on the agenda is considering implementing a vacant property registration. Mr. Forgy?
Thank you. A little bit of background on this. This idea came out of the Quality of Life Task Force, which was created, I guess, the end of last year, and we met, I don't know, probably 10 times. This is one of the items that was discussed with the committee, and the committee wanted to bring this forward to the full commission to see if there was a consensus on moving forward with this. So this isn't a request necessarily to implement one, but to agree that we want to study this to implement potentially, if we like what we find out. So a vacant property registration is set up by an ordinance that the city would pass, and it requires that all owners of vacant or foreclosed property submit their names or their ownership information to the city, a registry, and we would have, one of the requirements of that is that they provide us with a contact who lives in the state of Georgia. So if there's any issue with the property, we have a name and number we can call, and they are required to respond to us. It does cost each registrant $100 to put their property on the list. And the fines and fees can be set by the commission. It can't be more than $100. There's also a fee, or excuse me, a fine if people do not comply with the registration of $1,000 or up to $1,000. So those can be set by the city commission if they pass it. It's primarily a code enforcement tool because it gives them easy contact with someone who potentially has a code violation. Many code violations occur with vacant properties. They're often not maintained, and this gives code enforcement an easier way to solve that. It also would be helpful for neighborhood watch groups or neighborhood groups because they then could work through code enforcement quicker on their issues of maintenance for someone in their neighborhood. And it also can reduce the time that a property is vacant because there's a disincentive to the owner in the registration of their property. So perhaps that might make them sell it or do something with it quicker than they would otherwise. There are companies out there, vendors, that would assist us with this. What it requires is passing the ordinance and making a list of all the vacant and foreclosed properties. There are consultants, as I said, that will help us with, or could help us if we hire one, to make these lists of properties. They have ways of, through the internet, doing research to find out all the foreclosed and vacant properties without actually coming to Albany. And there are a variety of ways they do this. One of them that we spoke to charges a percentage of the, let's just say, $100 that the owners have to pay. In this case, they charge 75%. So if we had a $100 fee, they would get 75 and we would get 25. And we don't have to do anything to set up the program except for pass the ordinance and then implement it. So they would do all the research and all the data gathering. It would not cost the city anything, really, except for staff time, but there's not a lot of staff time tied up in this. The benefit is that it helps with code enforcement because it saves staff time having to research and track down owners. That's the main benefit in the end. It also is a great planning tool because then we can look at a map and see where all the vacant properties are and know where to concentrate our efforts on blight or on trash pickup or on a number of things. It really helps to be able to see spatially where these vacant and abandoned homes are. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to entertain them. I'm not an expert, but I probably know more than average.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Forgy. Any questions? Ms. Howard?
Mr. Forgy, let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
And you did say this task force can monitor vacant property throughout the city and the county, or just out the city?
Well, when we met with two vendors just to see what they had to offer, and the county participated in those meetings, and the county was interested in implementing this as well. I can't speak for them, but I expect they would be interested in participating.
Okay, now let me ask you a follow-up question. You know, it's good that I think this would be a step in the right direction, but how would you handle vacant property when he or she is no longer in the city or the state or the country and they're out of the country? How would that happen? So that would be like a no-no, right?
I'm not sure, but I believe what would happen is we or the company, if we work with one, would attempt to hire, to contact the owner. If they respond, they pay $100 and they get their property registered. Having a contact would be the difficult part if they are their only contact. I'm not sure if they were required to hire somebody in the state of Georgia to be their local representative. I don't know, but I expect that could be it. They need somebody that is responsible for that property that we can contact.
Okay, and let me ask you another question, goes a step further. Like a lot of these dilapidated buildings, and the one that Commissioner Fletcher, myself, and when I met the new city, Assistant City Manager, Mr. Ken Stark, is we know that old National Linen on South Slappy and West Oberthorpe, that's going to cost probably hundreds of thousands of dollars to demolish, and because of probably a lot of asbestos and lead base or whatever have seeped into the groundwater. How would that help? And my final question is, and I get it all the time from Ms. Stacy Moat, the city attorney paralegal, is that when we have these cases that we go before the municipal judge, and we still getting a lot of cases being continued, and I do a paper trail, and it just I'm sort of mind-boggling that the time that the extension is being given for some unknown reason that it's not being expedited. And then when I return back across the river to East Albany, that's when my constituent would chew me out saying, I am appalled that it's taking so long. So how would that help? When we decided to do it, would we bring the municipal judge and the assistant municipal judge in and not telling what to do, but there was a case last month, it was completely ludicrous that the decision was rendered. And yes, I have to say, a lot of my constituents may be low and on moderate income, but they're aware of what's going on in the city, and when they give a complaint, which I'm just appalled that it's taking so long.
There was a lot in that question, so I'm not sure where to start. But let me just say that the vacant property registration is one tool in the toolbox to fight blight in Albany. And it's a very minor one. This one just helps us identify easily identify which properties are vacant and have a contact for them. So we can, if it's set up by a vendor, one vendor showed us a website that they create for the cities they work with, where anybody can log on to it and see dots of where the structures are that are vacant and click on it and get information. So it's immediate information, but it doesn't solve the problems that you're talking about, but it helps towards that.
Okay. I'm certainly in favor of it, and like I said, some of these places that have been closed 15 to 20 some years, I would say that need to be the starting point where we need to start. And I try to educate my constituents. It's not only a problem in Albany, but it's a problem nationwide, because a lot of times, it's sad to say, but a lot of folks that got property and own property in Georgia and other states, they also make the rules and regulation. They're elected officials in the State House and the Senate as well. So that's another elephant in the room, trying to get them to not vote for certain things. But I'm in favor of it, and I hope I'll be around to see a lot of them come down. Thank you.
Welcome.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, sir, Mr. Foy, what remedy would the city have if a property owner did not pay the $100? I know you said there could be fines up to $1,000, but would we be able to lien the property if they did not participate in this?
Yes, in the long run. I mean, it would become a code violation that they didn't respond, they didn't pay, and we would take them to the court, and that could be a result.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Commissioner Fletcher.
Well, actually, my mind rolls to Commissioner Fuller and Commissioner Warmington, two things that I associate them with. One, like Commissioner Fuller, the amount of private investors that he knows, and that's him and his family's life. And then I've loved what Commissioner Warmington has often said, especially lately, about finding an area where there's multiple, homes that a developer could come in and we could make something of that. So would this be easy access? I mean, would they be able to tap into this, and would it be easy access for one, the private developer, and then two, the contacts that Commissioner Warmington is constantly in front of, where he could say, hey, here's, boom, this, so that would be access for any of them?
Yes, and that's an excellent point, because oftentimes you'll find a vacant property, and the only way you can contact them is through the mail, and they don't respond to you. So having this, if they do register, then we'll have a direct number that we can get somebody responsible for the property.
All right, sounds good. Thank you. Thanks for your work, Mr. Forgy.
Mr. Warburton.
Yeah, just my comments, and Mr. Ford, you did a great job. I mean, our group, back in the first of the year, we talked through this multiple meetings and kind of tried to flesh out what are the pros, cons, what's the feedback, we're going to get criticism, so realize this just wasn't thrown on the wall today. This is something that's been talked previous meetings. I would say that vacant property is one of our major problems in the city of Albany. Well, part of that problem is identifying, I could ride by a house and think it's vacant, and it may not be, or you may look at it and say it is vacant, but this actually gives a definition that the city can have to say this property is vacant. These vendors have tools that we don't have in terms of the market. They know when utilities are cut off. They have these other triggers and other things that they use to determine when a property is vacant. And I think this, for the city to have this tool, whether it's code enforcement, whether it's the police department, whether it's whatever the tool is to be able to say, here's 500 properties or 1,000 properties that we know are vacant. We know how to get a hold of the owner. We've got a valid phone number. We've got a valid mailing address. Just a few times that I've had issues in my own ward, sometimes you'll have a vacant property. You got squatters living in it. You've got other issues. And to Commissioner Howard's point, this is not going to necessarily help the courts, but this is going to help code enforcement get it to court faster, in my opinion. Because a lot of times when you have these vacant properties, it's some address in Maryland or California, and you don't know who they are. There's some random address. You got to send registered mail, and before you know it, a month, 60 days, 90 days have passed, and we've had no contact with the owner. We don't know who they are. This allows, hopefully, if they participate and register, that when we need to get a hold of an owner for a code violation or what have you, it's a faster response time. And if it needs to go to court, then obviously it's going to get it there faster. I view the $100 is not a penalty. It's just simply, if you want to own a vacant piece of property, it's almost your responsibility to stay in contact with the city. So this is not a penalizing anybody. You have a right to own property. You have a right to own a vacant property. We're not saying you don't have that right. It's just that we're making a higher level of responsibility that we want your number, your name, who you are, where you live, how to get a hold of you. And that's part of that $100 fee, is for us to administer this program. And I like the fact that there are vendors who will do this and cost share it with us. So we're not spending any tax dollars on it. That the vendor is doing all the work behind the scenes, and we get to benefit from the list of information that they give us. So anyway, I appreciate the work you've done, Mr. Forgy, and look forward to this program.
Well, thank you. And if I could, just quickly, that any hesitancy from property owners, as the Commissioner pointed out, the $100 fee, if that's what it's set at, is relatively minor. It's a one-time fee for a vacant property, and the city can exempt properties from having to pay the fee, but the model ordinance is recommended by the Georgia Municipal Association, and there's a note in there to be very careful about exemptions because they have to be constitutional. One that we have discussed, the committee discussed, was to exempt owners of vacant property that they're actively marketing it for sale or for rent. So if you have a vacant rental property, you shouldn't have to register if you're actively trying to rent or sell that property. That's just a suggestion. But that's the sort of thing that can alleviate some of the concerns in the community about owning vacant property. If you're not actively trying to do something with it, that's what we're looking for.
Yeah, that was a great point, Mr. Forgan. We talked that in our group that, again, if you own a piece of property that's vacant and you're remodeling it or you're trying to fix it up, you've got a for sale sign out in front or for rent sign, yeah, you're exempt from this because you're actively doing something with that property. But if you got a piece of property that's got plywood on the windows, and you have no permit with the planning department, for sale sign, it's just, you're just, sitting on a piece of property. I mean, for whatever reason, people sit on property for financial reasons or whatever. Then that property is what we want to be registered because of the risk that it gives to the community of vandalism, of people living in and out of it, nobody inhabiting it and going in, But yeah, you made a great point, Mr. Forgy, that if we get any criticism from folks, it's going to be, hey, I'm trying to sell, I'm trying to rent, I'm trying to renovate. And yeah, if there's activity happening, it's not considered vacant. Yeah, that's a good point. That's it, Mayor.
Commissioner Langstaff?
Nothing further.
Commissioner Young?
Yes, sir. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Forgy. And I really do remember a lot of the conversations that we had in the on that committee. But where I do differ with this is I just really fear what's going to be the triggering mechanism for this particular fee, which is a vacancy. I don't think legally you can make a good argument that in and of itself that vacancy in a property is somehow a issue, and with us kind of deeming the vacancy the problem, that's getting away from the law. I don't think code enforcement could come out and say, okay, this property is vacant, so therefore this is some type of issue or violation or some type of danger to the community. I don't think you can ever go to court with that. And what we're really talking about is, trying to protect from AWOL landlords, basically. But at 9 times out of 10, the AWOL landlords are the ones who are definitely not going to participate. You're still going to have the same problem in terms of getting in touch with them to register or what have you. We're dealing right now with, multinational companies who bought up property. And these are not just mom and pop people or somebody who just moved away, forgot, and didn't care anymore. These are, hedge funds who are buying property over in, multiple houses in Evergreen, and we can't get them on the phone to simply, take care of whatever code enforcement issue that has arisen. Now, with this particular thing, I could be wrong, but it seems like we're creeping down a road that is just pretty much going to do, exactly what has been said is not going to do. It's going to be kind of almost a backdoor tax, and we're going to get a lot of heartburn from a lot of folks in the community who have property and are, abiding by whatever rules, but they may just not have their property, occupied at the time. And what we have to do is also realize the condition of our community. And a lot of times, even with property owners, people do not, have a whole lot of money. They may not have a whole lot of money to renovate. They may not have a whole lot of money to, unboard their house and make it rentable or invest in it at a particular time. But they shouldn't be penalized as long as they're abiding by the codes and the standards that are set forth in the guidelines, and that's exactly what it's going to look like, because I think you have more of those folks in our area because of our economic situation here in the city. So it's almost like we got a solution in search of a problem. You know, in where the real problems are, I hope we put our energy in that. If it's landlords who are absentee, if it's these corporations who are buying up property and just, you know, you can't get a hold of them, you can't get anybody to the phone to rectify the situation, those are the things we need to be putting teeth into and putting staff resources towards. But, you know, just kind of handing this off to some vendor who's just gonna go out and collect $100. Oh, this is gonna be great for the city. You know, you won't have to pay anything, and then you'll have, you know, you'll have a registry. We can have probably a pretty big registry for little of nothing if we just, you know, start our own registry with the folks who are here, and that will tell us who probably more or less who's not going to be, I guess, compliant in the way that we want them to be, as far as good property owners or good landlords or whatever. But just, you know, that is kind of making an ordinance to kind of, like I say, you know, it's a solution in search of a problem, in my eyesight, because I think the problem is separate from this issue of registration and vacancy. I think the issue is that we have some of these landlords that we are not going, you know, or we don't have the tools to necessarily go after on the local level to you know, correct a lot of these issues. And it's just, you know, that's I think that's a horse of a different color. So I'll have to kind of have some more discussion on this particular issue before, you know, we can go with some vendor who's just going to kind of go out and collect money from people based on an ordinance that, you know, doesn't really have a violation attached to it, other than the home being vacant. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, can I?
Yes, before we thank you.
Commissioner Young, I certainly understand your concerns, and I think that we should be careful when developing this or implementing this with thoughts of equity and how it applies throughout the community. I do want to point out that the overwhelming majority, if not all, of the demolitions the city has conducted on property have been vacant, and they, you know, working backwards, they were vacant for multiple years probably. So even though some vacant homes may not have any code violations, many vacant homes, or all vacant homes that were demolished, started off as vacant homes. And if we can catch them earlier, we have more of a chance of keeping them from being demolished, having them change ownership so someone takes care of them. I don't know that it's possible, but it could be possible to exempt property that is vacant but has no code violations. So if these properties exist where people have them vacant for whatever reason, but there's no code violations, maybe those could be exempted. So the only ones that get on this list are ones that are vacant and have code violations. I don't know if that would be legal, but at least that may address some of the issues of equity.
Yes, sir. I appreciate those comments. I guess, yeah, I do. I take that point very well. Yeah, if it's something that's attached, you know, a vacancy that's attached to a code violation or problems, multiple problems with that particular owner, and then they're winding up in court, I can see that. But if we're just, you know, sticking somebody who's, you know, got their house properly boarded up or whatever it is, it's you know, I don't want to go down that road. But I get what you're saying. I appreciated that comment. Thank you.
You're welcome.
In this kind of path that these properties follow is in a state of disrepair, then the structure's deteriorated, and then it's dilapidated, and then it eventually has to be demolished. I mean, the one thing that I see as the biggest positive of this program is it can reduce the length of time a property is vacant. I got a copy of an email, a resident in Commissioner Fletcher's ward, saying how much she appreciated the city demolishing some dilapidated homes on her street. And I was thinking, 4 homes, that probably cost between $30,000 and $40,000. And then the homeowner was expressing concerns that the city was not doing enough to maintain the property. So I'm thinking, what is the ongoing expense that we have incurred? We foreclosed on the property, dilapidated, and of course, with all due respect to this resident, her concern isn't what the city's already spent in her neighborhood, it's the appearance, the city's current. So we need to understand the long-range, not just immediate cost once we demolish these properties. And I hope that this is, if we enact this program, that it is somewhat successful in arresting the number of properties that become dilapidated and then have to be demolished. But I would say, Mr. Forgy, I saw on the cons, the staff time required to implement and monitor the program. Secondly, the costs are undetermined. And then thirdly, dependence upon a third party to administer the program. I would think those would all be cons that should be considered. But generally, I'm supportive of the proposal. I think it would be beneficial. I would ask, Mr. Davis, I think Commissioner Young raised some questions about the legality of such a program. I don't see what the basis of that challenge would be, but could we get some kind of assurance?
Well, yes, there's a new state law. This ordinance, if y'all eventually pass it, will replace a registration process that used to be under state law, and now there's a new one. And they've done a great job. At page 36, there's a definition of what a vacant real property is. And I think, like Mr. Forgy pointed out, you'll have an easy index now to all the properties that are legally considered vacant and need some work done. But I don't see any issues exposing the city to liability for following this ordinance should you all pass it.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Mr. Forgy?
That's it.
I would just interject. So, we talk about $1,000 fine. More than likely, if you get to that point of $1,000, you're never going to collect it. You're going to probably put a lien on the property, and we know how the liens go. So it's not like, I guarantee you, nobody's going to write a $1,000 check because, I forgot to register my, no. Typically, the $1,000 fine is the person that you can't find. They never respond. They're never going to respond. They're probably going to be at the tax sale. Mr. Davis is going to be fighting them in the municipal court for abatement. It's just going to be added to the tally. But state law does allow you to put that fine to try to give your program some teeth. But whether or not it's actually played out in eventuality is another topic. But I think, as the mayor says, one of my things y'all hear me harp on all the time is the taxes, real estate taxes, delinquent tax, all those are just indicators that the property is going in the wrong direction. This is just another way of, as mayor, as you said, trying to intervene sooner than later on these properties that's going to eventually end up in Mr. Davis's court at the municipal court level. That's where we want to avoid at all costs. So that's it, Mayor.
Mr. Forgy, the next item is considering accepting a grant award from the United States Department of Health and Human Resources to be used toward community education designed to increase the vaccination rate and make the community more resilient to future health emergencies.
Yes, sir. That's exactly what this is. It's a request to approve the acceptance of this grant. In April, the city applied for a grant called Advancing Health Literacy to Enhance Equitable Community Responses to COVID-19. And that was through the Department of HHS, specifically the Office of Minority Health. We received $3.9 million to use towards community education designed to increase the vaccination rate and make the community more resilient to future health emergencies. We are working with Albany State. This is a required part of the grant. We need to work with a local entity who's designated as a minority serving institution, which Albany State is. And we will work with them. They will be the primary implementers of this program. We will monitor what they're doing and make all the reporting to the federal agency. But Albany State we'll work with Albany State, and if any subcontractors are hired, they will be monitored by both us and Albany State. We have a memorandum of agreement, which was part of the grant application with Albany State for this, so they're fully on board. And if you have any questions about the specifics, I can try and answer those. This is still evolving, but I think the basis of it is we're going to put all the different agencies together that are working on some aspect of COVID response. You know, there's a lot of different players in the community. We want to get them all together and help them maximize what they're doing and work off the same playbook so we can address the issue of the vaccination rate, but also just the issue of not trusting doctors and other health-related issues, so we can make the community healthier in the future. If you have any questions.
Mr. Howard?
Mr. Paul, this grant is good for how many years?
2 years, sir.
2 years?
Yes.
And it will
quick
start,
turnaround.
if it's approved, it'll start when?
I think it started June 1, so it's already started.
Okay, and you did mention that it will be just to a different agency that will work to make the city a healthier environment and to educate the community about COVID-19 to get vaccinated.
Yes, yes, sir.
Let me ask you a question, not a medical question, but just as a healthcare provider. And the mayor chimed in at our last feedback update on COVID-19, and I think they said I wouldn't say he was a little frustrated, but in his delivery, he was just to the point. What can we do as elected officials and the city and the county? And I guess we will probably have to, involve the faith-based organization and stakeholder, because at the rate we are going, less than 43% of our constituents have not been vaccinated, and there are rumors that there could be a different surge because college and all that and sports events are out. Where do we go from here? What can we do just to make sure that the word is out and to enlighten? Because I tell you the reason why, and I'm not picking on East Albany, but as a black male, when I interact with other black males, whether it's in their congregation or whatever, at a civic organization, it comes to their mind that Tuskegee crisis that happened from 1932 up to 1972. And that is, it's like trying to crack a walnut to get them to realize that this coronavirus will continue to be something that we probably will deal with for many years in the future. So with this grant utilized and to really do a open education concept, because I think what's happening in not only in this city, but if what happened nationwide, there's so much misinformation. But I can chime it to Albany, is that I'm appalled that we don't have like less than 42% of our individuals have been vaccinated, And of course, this millennial generation feel that it's some type of depopulation of the race or whatever, and they won't get vaccinated. And probably got some city employees feel the same way too.
Well, as I said, the grant is still evolving of how it will be implemented, but I believe that part of what will happen with this that is different from the other efforts is to get onto the streets, into the communities. So rather than having to go find education and the availability of vaccines, it'll be brought to people. And especially in the areas where there are harder to reach populations that are either don't know about the importance of being vaccinated or disagree with it for some reason. So this money will allow us to get out to the population rather than expecting them to come to the table.
I certainly hope they will work because, you know, you and I worked on the 2020 census last year in East Albany, and in certain parts of that city, we couldn't get 35% to really fill the form out. So I guess it will work, but we got to re-educate this community. If we survive this pandemic, we got to say we have a serious problem about the education of this community and tell them that how serious it is and what they need to do, because I just don't think this virus is going to end the end of this year. We'll be fighting this thing for many more years to come. So I hope that, like you say, we go to the, I don't want to use it, we go to the hood and we are going to determine that we are going to tell you what you need to do and the serious of this money, and let's get vaccinated.
Well, and one thing that Albany State is doing, or will be doing, is they will monitor the program and evaluate it. So at the beginning we'll set up a baseline of where we are when it starts, and then at the end of 2 years we'll look at what difference it made and quantify that difference. So in 2 years we can talk about it and say this was a great thing or that it didn't do what we set out to do. But we will be, that's part of this program, is to evaluate it to be able to report back to you. So
Okay.
I'll let you know in 2.5 years.
If we're around
We
here.
will be.
Mayor Pro Tem,
No questions.
Mr. Fletcher.
Well, I was really actually going to put this under other business, but I can do it now. You know, we get a lot of grants. We get a lot of requests for grants. And, you know, how do y'all determine who to put this, how do you determine who is in control of this money? Because, you know, we got your next items coming up on recreation, and I mean, I'm looping all of this together. You know, we say yes to these grants, then we find out that somebody else was in care of these grants, then we find out later on that somebody couldn't account for the money or it was used for something else. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. And to me, the city, if we accept these grants, you know, I want close eyes on it, because it is very important that we educate them. And it's sort of sad at the end of the round when 2 years you do come back to us and you say, well, we got $500,000, 490,000 of it went to salary, 10,000 of it went to education. So, you know, I'd like to see a better change on that. I've actually said something to Mr. Carter about it before, but how do you determine who gets this grant money?
Sure.
Part of what we're doing, especially with this grant, and we're partnering with Albany State, they're going to be a monitor as well as we're going to be a monitor. Any of these grants that we get, regardless of what the source or the purpose of the grant, if it's through the city, we're responsible for that money. We've actually stood up a group inside the city that is responsible for monitoring all those grants, making sure we stay online, making sure the money goes where it goes, supposed to go, making sure we have all the checks and balances. I've asked Ms. Yvette Fields to kind of lead that process for us, her and her team to bring some stability, because we were reaching out for a lot of grant opportunities, and we were receiving a lot of grant opportunities, which is a good thing. But at the end of the day, we have to be able to monitor and control those. So we're putting processes in place right now to ensure that those grants will be done exactly as the grant outlines it to be done. And we're also looking at those grants that have the ability to have an administrative piece. And when those grants do have those administrative piece, we're going to hire an administrator for those grants. Same way we're looking at hiring an administrator to help us with our CSO project. We want to hire, when we get these large grants, hire administrators so that we have somebody who's actually watching where each and every dime goes. So it's not by happenstance. We're not just letting it go, and we're not trying to figure out at the end. We're putting processes in place, and we're letting everybody know along the way, hey, these are the processes. If you're going to participate in this grant, if you want to be a recipient of some of this money, there's some processes that have to be in place, and you have to meet those, or you're not qualified. We're making those qualifications known up front in every situation.
Well, I'm glad of that, and I'm not going to bust anybody out, but I see people come in here that ask for things, and, you know, it doesn't take anything to go back and do an open records request and see that they owe us funds, they owe us money, and, you know, I do know that Ms. Fields has a great reputation for following the money, so I feel a little better that she is over this. But, you know, that's just what I hope we do a better job of. It gets discouraging, and it gets out on the streets, and it also gets out on the streets that we seem to always just hand it off to one sector when we have a whole community. Thank you, sir. Okay.
Commissioner Warburton?
Yeah, my question may be related to what Commissioner Fletcher was just asking, but just looking at when you sent us the executive summary, Mr. Carter, looks like 2.5 million of the 3.9 will actually go to an entity called Community Engagement. And so I guess we will be the party that bids that out. Even though we're partnering with Albany State, we're going to use our procurement.
I expect we will, and the reason being, even if Albany State is technically putting the RFP together and bidding it out, we're responsible as a city, and we have to follow the federal rules for procurement. So we will have the oversight of doing that, even if Albany State technically will be the one hiring that subcontractor. But we will monitor the whole thing to make sure it's done according to federal regulations.
And then it'll follow our city standards. Anything over 40,000 will come to us.
That's correct.
Because you know, I envision that 2.5 million, it might be a hodgepodge of people. You know, it might be a small nonprofit that might do one or two things, or it might be a larger, you know, church or faith-based group, or, you know, what have you. So, so at least we'll kind of be engaged with that 2.5 million whenever the bids go out, I guess, of what, you know, but we're looking for community leaders, community organizations to bring us their ideas. They may have an out-of-the-box idea of how do you educate, how do you, you know, whether it's food, you know, whatever, they may bring an idea to the table that we didn't even think about, but we have these funds available to do that. So there is one line item that talks about an educational van. I guess I'm kind of getting into the weeds here, but is the city going to have a vehicle under our management because of this program? And anyway, there is a line item. It's $93,000 for an educational van equipped with Wi-Fi and supplies. So just a little concern with that if we're adding one more vehicle to our fleet, and you know who's driving it and who's under the city's insurance. But I'm sure y'all figured that item out.
We're not anticipating having a van that we're responsible for. We're anticipating having a contractor that has a van that they're responsible for.
Well, that's the answer I was looking for, Mr. Carter. Thank you. That's it, Mayor.
Commissioner Langstaff?
Nothing further.
Ms. Young?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Forty, for bringing this back to the forefront. And with that said, let's start from the beginning of this. You know, with what we've experienced here in COVID, specifically in the African American community, has been nothing short of devastating, and we don't need to lose sight of that. Part of that is because of the disparities in the way Black folks have access to health care. And in a lot of different ways during the COVID crisis, we've seen how those disparities have played out to much different consequences for a lot of folks in the African-American community. And that was the gist of this grant being focused on minority communities to get that information out there to help with education. One of the major things that I think we can note during the COVID crisis was the different, trusted voices who were out there, and a lot of those voices needed to be heard, but they weren't necessarily on the platforms or in the places where the folks who needed that message were, and that's what this grant does. And this grant was brought to this city by Sawega Rising. Sherelle Bird, in conversations with the former city manager, told her about the grant. The grant application was up fairly quickly, and she worked with Mr. Forgy and I think his former protege in his office to bring this grant forward as a community project. Many people in the health community were on these calls. I were on these calls, and a lot of planning and work went into putting in that particular application. So congratulations, first of all, for doing the work necessary to receive the grant. And a good shout out goes to Sawega Rising for initiating this. So when we move forward, just understand that there are a lot of partners who have already been on the ground doing this work. There are a lot of things that have been put in place that are absolutely reflective of the plans of these grants and have already been discussed and in a lot of different ways fleshed out. And I will look forward to looking at the parameters of the grant to ensure that the initiators of this grant and the folks who have already done the work are included in the process, included in the implementation, and as well as included in the compensation for administering this grant. That's standard practice. For those who have questions about money and grants and different things, I'd challenge you to go and have some conversations with our community economic development department, which handles many, many grants, many millions of dollars per year of administered grants that are administered successfully. And I hope that's something that the city manager understands that's also a resource in terms of bringing a lot of these things to fruition and, being monitored and having those things administered properly where folks can be held accountable. That's part of a viable department that we have. And again, I just want to say that we need to do more to acknowledge that and make sure we're utilizing that particular resource. The only question I have, Mr. Forgy, I guess kind of moving forward in terms of the timetable, and that may be something that the city manager, I guess, and you all need to talk about it in terms of quote unquote RFP to go out for that, because I think the last discussions were that, in terms of finding that community partner or nonprofit agency could just be granted and not necessarily have an RFP placed out. That was the word that came down, I think, from the federal administration. I think it was up to $250,000 or something like that. But to see if that was a possibility, because as I said, this has been something that has been in the making for a minute, and a lot of that work that has been brought to you has been because of Sawega Rising and the work that they did with Mr. Forgy to bring this project to its current form, where we're absolutely hoping to accept this money. We're still in the middle of a pandemic, and I will just go ahead and say publicly, I am recovering from COVID at this particular time, and just finished my last quarantine days, and I've tested negative, so I'm doing better. Thanks for all the prayers and those folks in the medical community who have called and looked out for me. So, you know, just on a personal level, I know the toll that this can wreak for our folks out there. So we definitely have to get this done. We definitely have to get it into the hands of folks who can make a difference on the ground. Because we gotta, you know, we gotta get better. We gotta get healthier as a community. It was apparent to me before. It's, you know, loads more apparent to me now. Just the level of work is going to take to help restore a lot of the trust that Commissioner Howard talked about in the African American community, because really and truly, it's a health relationship is about trust. It's also about that relationship, and for many in the African American community, because, you know, we talked about earlier, a lot of doctors and other professional folks being located within the African American community, and those were relationships. Those were folks that you could see every day at the grocery store. Those were folks that you could walk down the street and wave to. Thinking about Dr. Hubbard, Dr. Gordon, all who live right there in that same community where C.B. King's office is. And those are the relationships that we need to kind of try to restore with the African American community, so we can see these disparities go away. And I hope we can do that with this grant. Thank you, Mr. Forgy. Great job.
Thank you. You're very welcome, and I'm glad that you're doing better. Your question about scheduling, the Department of Health and Human Services wants us to be started on this, so we're meeting this Friday with Albany State, and we are going to have regular meetings with them moving forward to design and implement this program. So I can't speak to an exact schedule, but we really need to have something going within a month, 6 weeks.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You're welcome. And because this grant has a 2-year time frame, it is a very compressed time frame to spend almost $4 million. So we need to get started as soon as we can.
Again, you know, I see the cons here is uncertainty as to the procedure for administering the program, and most importantly, the city might be responsible for mismanagement by subrecipients. Those would be cons there. I want to know, first and foremost, whether the city has any responsibility for any mismanagement that might occur. We need to know that, because if we're just, I've always had a problem with some of these federal programs when the city is just a conduit for the funds, but then to the federal government, the city is held responsible. You know, we have to be more engaged in the operation. If not, you know, we just want to partner with Albany State. I personally think, I mean, this whole thing about increasing the vaccination rate, unreasonable people aren't going to act irrationally. Whatever reason people have for not getting vaccinated, you're not going to change their mind. The only thing at this point in time, I think, is if you have another surge and people feel that they are personally at risk, or some people, if they're adequately compensated, they'll be vaccinated. But be that as it may, I want to know what exposure the city has. Commissioner Young just mentioned Sowega Rising. It's my recollection that I asked for a budget on how they spent the $25,000, and I hadn't got that yet. So this, I think, I mean, the two institutions who are most attuned to what's going on would be the health department and Albany area primary health care, because so many of their patients are underserved and uninsured. But outside of that, a large percentage of our adult population doesn't have a primary care physician. So if we're going to give a not-for-profit $250,000 and 68, they convinced 68 people to get vaccinated, is that the best use of the funds? I mean, I don't think so. I think what we need to be doing is trying to address these comorbidities that make people more susceptible to becoming seriously ill, and that's health and wellness programs, convincing people to change the diet. That's where we need to be, and that falls within making the community more resilient to future health emergencies. And finally,
Well, Mayor, if I can say to your point,
well,
is that
I'm going to finish first, please.
Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Let me finish and I'll let you speak. Of course, at the Hub Cities meeting last week, in 20 years, I think we were told that there will a shortage of nurses will be 38% if trends continue. Is that about right, Ms. Carter? I mean, the number of people who are leaving the profession, retiring, compared to the growth in the population and what we're seeing people go into nursing. And here's just another profession where people aren't going to get into public service and aren't going to put up with the way people treat them, but beefing up some of the healthcare programs at Albany State, I think, would be another worthwhile expenditure. But with that, Commissioner Young, yes, sir.
Yeah, what you're speaking to is not within the parameters of the grant. Again, this grant was specifically targeting the African-American community in trying to increase vaccination, increase trust in the health system. And when you're talking about that, what you're talking about is using folks who have been on the ground, working in the community, doing different innovative approaches to get that message across. And there are specific groups, there are specific organizations out there who have been doing that type of work, and there's been substantial work done on the grant to roll that out. So, you know, specific to what we may think individually is what's the best way to do this or what's the best way to do that, the grant was, the grant opportunities was written with a specific intent and and this is coming from the federal government, with a specific intent and a specific target audience to try to reach, and that's what this grant is about. So, you know, we've you know, gotten the grant. They looked at the proposal again, using the work that has been done by Sowega Rising to write that up, and they've approved it. What needs to happen now is it needs to get into the hands of the folks who are primarily responsible for getting that approval. If they thought it was enough to let, you know, $3.9 million or whatever it is come to our city for that type of education, you know, I think we need to kind of just get out of the way and not let, you know, other things that don't have anything to do with the important work of educating the community and trying to get our vaccine rates up. We just need to let that happen and go from there. So I hope that's the spirit we can move forward to, instead of letting this devolve into something else. Thank you.
Okay. All right. The one thing we need to do, Mr. Forgy, we need to find out, I think, what exposure, if any, the city has for any mismanagement or failure to account for funds or something like that. If we don't have any exposure, there's not anything to worry about. But, sir? we do have exposure? Okay. All right, can we just get sort of an explanation of that in writing in the next week or two, Mr. Carter?
We are the recipient of the grant.
Yes, sir.
We're responsible for the grant. So we're responsible for, there's not a portion that we're not responsible for. We're responsible for all of it.
Yes, sir. Okay, well, I mean, I would think there'd be some provisions in there, maybe it's federal regulations that, you know, when the city would be responsible for. Okay, all right, but.
We're responsible.
Oh, no, but I mean, under what condition, what would activate the liability? We can just get that.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Forgy.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. Ms. Fields, Mr. Potter, good morning. This is an application for a grant of $250,000 to fund after-school programs and summer camp program.
Yes, sir. We are asking for permission to apply for this grant for the Recreation Department, and the amount is $250,000 to augment their programs, their after-school program and their summer programs at 4 different facilities. And so we're asking for permission to apply, and if we get accepted and we get awarded the money, to accept the grant.
Okay. Potter, do you have anything to add?
Thank you, Mayor. No, sir, I'm just here to answer questions, but I will say this, that GRPA did receive just a little over $4 million to disperse throughout the state through recreation departments.
Okay. Ms. Howard?
Ms. Field and to Mr. Craig, you probably know what I'm going to ask anyway. But looking at the 4 sites and only see one in East Albany, but it's sort of like almost on the fringe of individual probably say out on in the Bill Mill, it's not in East Albany. But is it, to be fair and equitable, why could we have another site in East Albany, in a particular area that I represent over by the Thornton gym? Because you have a huge population of individuals that, matter of fact, that's one of the tracks that where you have poverty that exceed 50% in that area.
Yes, sir. As it regards to Thornton, the Boys and Girls Club are the ones that program out of that, and they run their after-school programs and summer camps out of that. We do not run that. Yes, we do own the facility, but there was an agreement made with the Boys and Girls Club. That is the reason why we don't directly program in Thornton at this time.
Okay. Another question. The school system has a school, Old Doherty Middle School. Have y'all looked at that in partnership?
I'm sorry, which school were you?
It's Old Doherty Middle School. I think it's some type of alternative school system now, but they are open year-round. Have y'all looked at that? I mean, that could be a possibility.
That definitely could be a possibility, but we have not looked into that at this time, but I sure will, sir.
Okay. Mr. Carter?
Yes.
Would you, before we vote on this at the end of the month, is to look at partnership at one of these schools, because if the schools are going to be open in the summer, could there be a memorandum of understanding either at Old Doherty Middle School or either at the Jackson Heights School, because that's an area that will certainly exists as another area of high poverty area at that same time too.
I don't have a problem talking to the superintendent about that process, but what we're trying to do is fund those processes where we already have programs, we already have staff. If we're going to do some of the things you're talking about, we're going to have to ramp up a program and ramp up staff to actually take care of that. So I don't know that that would qualify for, or we can get that done for this particular grant application, although it is something that we can look at in the future. But for the grant application, we're just trying to fund those areas that we already have programming and already have staff.
well, you know, I'm gonna fight like pure here for the citizens of East Albany.
Please do, and we want you to. That's not what we're saying. We're not saying don't fight, and we won't fight with you. We're just saying for this particular thing, we're trying. We already have staff. We already have programs in these places we're talking about. We would love to expand. All right? We would love to expand, and we want to accommodate as many people as we can. But that's going to take time to ramp that up and work out the details with the superintendent to do so, which won't allow us to include that into the grant. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, because you know, there are several schools, I'm pretty sure that, you know, he would be amenable to, you know, as a memorandum of understanding that we could work with him, because it's needed. That's what I would say.
Okay, absolutely. Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem,
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher.
Well, just to comment that if I heard it right, that we've already got the programs that need the money, so you all will be looking over it. That's good. But Mayor, let me take a second, and only because Ms. Fields is in purple, it reminded me that last night we had the vigil for the domestic violence. And this is the month for not only domestic violence, but cancer. And they read the names off last night for 2020, 105 people in the state of Georgia, children, men, women, and I believe we're already 5 more than that in 2021. So I would just like for y'all to just keep in mind that that is a problem throughout the country and put them in your prayers. Thank you.
Mr. Warburton.
Yeah, so these 4 locations, you currently do summer programs at all 4 of these?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the essence of this grant, are you trying to increase participation or increase the quality of the program?
Both. It will allow us to do both. It will enhance the programming, plus it will allow us to serve more.
Okay, so how are you going to serve more? You reducing the price, or you opening up more rooms, or what?
It will allow us to hire more staff, because part of this grant can be used for personnel for that. So that will allow us, because with after-school programs and summer camps, you have to meet a ratio for participants to staff, and this will allow us to meet that ratio and program for more.
So were these 4 kind of maxed out last summer, or previous summers?
Yes, they were maxed out, but that was a lot due to COVID and the restrictions of how many we could allow into each facility.
Okay. And I think to Commissioner Howard's point, we want to get more kids involved, period. Whether that means through another site or make these sites bigger. But I don't know what our number of children last year, if it was 500 or 1,000, we need to be getting 1,500, you know, we need to be multiplying that. So if this grant does that, then yes, that's great.
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay.
Thank you.
I guess, do you know how many kids last summer? Are we talking 500?
Last summer, due to naturally Bill Miller being closed, we had a total of 80 kids because of the site numbers that could be in there due to COVID and the social distancing space. But
we had 80 kids total?
Yes, sir.
At the 4 sites?
Yes, sir. Due to, like I said, one of them, Bill Miller, was closed down for the length of time. We could not program it all in there. So naturally, the number will go up for that as well. But if we get this, and the restrictions of social distancing are lessened or eliminated, we will easily double that number, if not more than that.
Okay. All right, good. Thanks, Mayor. That's it.
Commissioner Langstaff.
Nothing further.
Commissioner Young.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. Bill Miller, Henderson, Driscoll, and Rocket Station. Okay, I was just trying to see the after-school programs that you're going to be adding to. Are they, are we doing transportation or anything like that? I'm just trying to get a feel for how many kids are being served.
At this time, we do not transport any for our after-school, although we are offering after-school at all of these facilities at this time, but there is no transportation provided for that from the
Okay.
schools.
Do we have any numbers, sign-in sheets, or anything like that?
Yes, sir, we do, and I can get those numbers to you. I don't have them right off the top of my head, but I will get those numbers to you.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Yes, sir.
So you're going to increase your staffing, and of course, with increased attendance, there'll be costs for meals and programs associated with that.
Yes, sir, that's already implemented into the programming, the meals and all that.
So
That is
what
already
is the
factored.
what is the projected number of students who are going to, I mean, for what period of time will this fund the after-school program, and the what is the duration of the summer camp program, and how many?
The summer camp, our summer camp program runs for 10 weeks during the summer. That will naturally overlap into our fiscal years. That goes from the time they get out of school to right before they go back. The after-school program will help fund through the end of this fiscal year for our after-school programming, but this also is going to be a 3-year grant. So next year, we very well could be coming back, because GRPA will probably have this for the next 3 years, that amount, and coming back and asking for that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Potts.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
let me ask Mr. Carter, and since we got Mr. Craig here, what are the hours of operation of the J.C. Odom Wellness Center? Do you know?
I cannot tell you exactly right off the top of my head what those are, but I will get that to you directly right after this meeting. I do know we are open in the mornings, especially to, I think that is from, if I'm not mistaken, 8 to 11 in the mornings there, and then in the evenings through 6 o'clock in the evening, but I will get those exact times for you as soon as this meeting is over. Okay.
And Mr. Carter, I was hoping that he could just look at that J.C. Odom, because that's an area sort of, I'm not going to say the hood, that's the sort of area in the neighborhood that where you have a lot of, poverty and at-risk students too. So it would be, like I said, it would be nice that we have something within the central part of East Albany.
Yes, sir, we will look into that, but I will say this, with the J.C. Odom building, that is not really conducive to running a camp out of there due to space, because that is more of a fitness center, and all the workout weight equipment that is involved into that building. There's really no meeting rooms set up at this moment in time with that facility.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Fields. Thank you, Mr. Potter. City manager's update.
To keep it brief, the only thing I'd like to bring up this morning is thank you for those that supported and attended the groundbreaking yesterday for the new transportation center, a milestone for the city. Took a long time getting to that point, but hey, it is going to be a tremendous improvement, and a lot of money spent on that corner. And as a matter of fact, looking at the rest of that area to try and bring that up. So thank you. Commissioner Fletcher, I think Commissioner Howard, Commissioner Young was there, the mayor was there. We did have some of our state representative, Congressman Bishop was there to support that. So we really appreciate you guys for that. There's some other information in a city manager's update that will be sent out to all of you this afternoon. Thank you.
Any question for the city manager? Commissioner Howard?
No question.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher?
Just thank you for all you do, sir, and yesterday was a great day in Albany. Thank you.
Commissioner Warmington?
No questions.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No questions.
Commissioner Young?
No questions. I'll just make the comment. Yeah, thank you again for everything that you do in the bus station is really going to be, and I'm speaking on behalf of the elected official who does ride the bus. So thank you all so much. I think that's going to be a real jewel for our citizens. And also, I wanted to, I didn't get a chance to thank the contractor. They did what I would say was a phenomenal job in accessing the community in terms of getting the feedback and having meetings and everything. And I did also once again wanted to give great acknowledgement to Sawega Rising for their input into the a lot of the historical information that went into some of the ideas that you will see into the new bus stations, particularly Miss Olinda Slayton, who was at one time worked at the Civil Rights Museum when she was here in Albany, and she moved on to work for the Civil Rights Museum in Atlanta, Georgia. But just to thank and acknowledge those folks for their contributions to the design of the center, and give kudos to the consultant for definitely getting community input, and definitely that's what we're looking for when we're trying to get the ideas of our community put into the projects that we hope to put forth here in Albany. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Other business, Commissioner Howard.
Mr. Carter, back to you again. It slipped my mind. I forgot to ask Mr. Nathaniel Norman when we was talking, and Mr. Forgay, can you put on your, not on the agenda, but can you have Mr. Norman to look at 2 sites of property and to let it know that they are completely closed and it's an eyesore in the community? And the one is the old National Lending Place on South Slappy that been closed for almost 30-some years. And another site is in the 1100 block of East Broad Avenue. It's the old light meat process building, has been closed for a number of years. And there's a peanut cotton gin next to it that it was damaged during the storm, that they're in disarray and need to be, we need to get the ball rolling. Either they're going to rehab it or demolish it.
All right, we'll take a look at all 3.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Nothing at this time.
Mr. Fletcher?
Well, I just, and I know, Mr. Carter, you don't need to know this because you got your pulse on the community, but whereas we all agree the huge asset that Albany State has with this community and a lot of the grants that are coming down the pipeline, and I don't want us to ever forget about, the mayor touched on some of them. We got Albany Tech. We've got Albany Primary, the health department, David Blackwell. I had a homeless young man come to my restaurant Sunday, and nobody's reached out to the homeless on anything concerning vaccinations, etc. Dan at the YMCA mayor, the obesity program that they deal with, and Dr. Miles with Albany Housing. There's so many people that could be a part of this. I think, what do you say, 3.9 million? I just don't, and the Boys and Girls Club, seems like there's just a lot of it, and I hope that we just tackle each issue, because I'm with the mayor. How much more do you have to put out to get people to change their mind about the vaccination? I just got a text from a school friend of mine that lost her daddy, but there is so much more. That obesity is huge in this struggle and this battle. So I do hope, City Manager, that you just sort of see what each one of these do. And as far as other business, I guess I would like to reach out to David Blackwell and see if there's something we can do to help that population, because it's growing and they need, if we have to reach out to them, then we need to do it. Thank you.
Commissioner Warrington?
No new business, other business.
Commissioner Langstaff?
Nothing further.
Commissioner Young?
Nothing further.
2 items. It's my understanding that there was no adult softball league this year, and that is that wrong? Okay, well, we need to get a report on that all of the teams in Dougherty County ended up playing in Lee County. I mean, we got a $4 million investment out there at Gordon Park. We need to find out what we need to do to get participation, and I'd like to know what happened that caused us not to have a league this year. Is it not sufficient teams? But secondly, this is something that I talked to Ms. Subadan about, and I thought we were about to have a town hall meeting. I guess with Ms. Subadan leaving, I didn't follow up on it. There was the funding 3 counties, I think Glenn County, what was the other county?
Dougherty County.
Yeah, Dougherty, and what was the other?
Glenn.
3 counties were awarded a total of $37 million to recover from the January 27 tornadoes. And the county, somehow or another, was responsible for administering the funds that were going to come to Dougherty County. We have residents in East Albany who still have not had their homes repaired. And one friend of mine showed me a letter. I sent it to Ms. Subadan. I think she wrote to Community and Economic Development, got a letter back and said, these funds are exhausted. And then a week later, they said, oh no, that's a mistake. The funds you need to contact. I mean, it is frustrating for the community, but what I think, Mr. Carter, is we need to find out what the status of the program is. We need to have a town hall, and if we got to go knock on doors over in East Albany, because many of these residents are in communication with each other. So, but we need to get the folks here. Commissioner Warmington, I may be mistaken, but did you tell me that there's a possibility that some of this funds will be reallocated to the other 2 counties?
Yeah, that's still being talked about, but yeah, they are talking about amendments to reallocate funds that have not been used, yes.
Mr. Carter, this is, I mean, it is, you know, we can say that the county has this project, but that's, the real issue is we got city residents who have holes in their roof that have been there for over 4 years, and they've been looking towards these funds to assist them. And
can you share some of the correspondence you have with me? Because this is the first I'm hearing about what you're talking about with this. I had the conversation with Commissioner Warburton,
yes,
but I didn't know anything about what you're talking about. So
okay, well, I'll go back through my letters and pull the correspondence. But I mean, there was discussion before Ms. Subadan left about having a town hall meeting, and we were going to invite these folks from East Albany, but. I mean,
I don't mind doing that, but I like to know what we're having a town hall meeting about before I invite people to come. So that's why I'm just trying to do a little.
Well, what it's about, I'll get you the letter, Mr. Carter, but what it's about is the funding that's available to residents of Dougherty County impacted by the tornadoes in 2017. And there's been a lot of miscommunication between the city and the county, and between even city departments about where these funds are and for what purposes the funds are available. But
okay, and the funds you're talking about, the city was the administrator or the county was the administrator?
It's my understanding the county was administering these funds.
Okay. All right.
But I mean, city residents, they're looking to the city, and like I say, I have one friend who provided me with a letter from Community and Economic Development and said these funds are exhausted. And then a week later, she got another letter back and said, oh no, I guess Community and Economic Development had limited funds. And she was requesting, I think it was 35 or $37 million. And it was Glenn County, Dougherty County.
I think it was Brantley County. It was 2 counties.
Brantley County on the coast? Okay. But we'll.
Okay, I'll figure out what's happening with that.
Okay, all right, but I'll try to get you the letters and you know, if we can have, I mean, most of us probably know 1 or 2 people who are in this same boat, and we get in contact with them and put a notice out and get the folks from the county and maybe even the state who understand what the program's about, and let's
Mr. Mayor,
right this ship, so to speak.
Mr. Mayor, if it's the same, set of funds that the county got, that they did say they were going to use to finish doing, hurricane repair, they were not including residents of the city in that funding, because I inquired, myself, and they said if you were in, I was told if you were inside the city, that you would not have, access to those funds.
Well, I can't hardly believe that would be the case, but if it is, I mean, it could be these folks misunderstood what the funding's for, but, I mean, if that's the case, I guess we just need to notify the citizens of East Albany. But I would be more confident in hearing that from somebody, from the state who's more familiar with this program than we are. I think that might be just more misinformation because our folks don't understand the program, but you might be right, Ms. Young.
If you give me a little time, I have to do some research on
Oh,
this.
I understand, Ms. Carter. I mean, you just get overwhelmed and you forget about things, and I mean, this came up in a conversation with, and I think Commissioner Warmington mentioned that we were in danger of $5 million being reallocated when we have residents who have an immediate ongoing need, and we're not delivering these funds to them. I mean, it's inexcusable, but we'll find out what it is. Okay, with that, I see the next item is executive session to discuss pending litigation.
Potential litigation.
Petition.
Yes.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Any items for the future agenda? I'll pass that up. Commissioner Howard.
Mr. Mayor, I have no item for the future agenda. The only thing I can say is that something happened last night. For all those that I was harassed in the store, the Powerball ticket was sold in California for $607 million. So the citizen of Albany lost out again.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Nothing further?
Commissioner Fletcher. Commissioner Warmington.
Yeah, the only future agenda item, I think from our retreat, one of our unfinished items was what Ms. Talbert and Mr. Brooks worked on was our policy for meetings and all. Is that something that's scheduled for next work session, or what's our timetable to finish that piece up?
Good. I would prefer we put it off to December because of what I've got, because that's going to be quite lengthy. And
if at all possible, I would, rather you guys maybe have some small meetings and then we come with something as the agenda item. I would not prefer that, we just kind of hash that out as an agenda item until it's ready to be, consummated at. But it's up to you guys how you want to handle it, because it's a policy about you guys, so you know what I mean.
Yeah, the fear is, it was a long item. We spent a lot of time, like I said, Ms. Talbert and Mr. Brooks spent a lot of time putting it together, met with all of us. We got to the retreat. I guess we spent half a day on it. I just hate to lose the momentum. If we wait till the next retreat, it's going to be all brand new for us again. That I don't know if there's a portion of it that we could at least maybe agree on and approve.
How do you guys want to handle it? It's really about you. How do you want to handle it?
Well, I guess my proposal, Mayor, if you want to do a straw vote with the commission, but I would like to at least have it as a discussion item next meeting to say, do we want to do anything or do we not?
And I certainly want to do it, but personally, we can have a straw vote. I would rather put it off to December, not to put it off indefinitely, but I need to look over it, and I'm kind of swamped, to be honest with you.
Can we say first, we only have one work session in December, but can we say the work session in December?
That'd be fine with me. That'd give us all time to.
And we may have to agree to allocate of course, we've been doing pretty good on our meeting times,
Yeah.
but that meeting, we may have to agree that it may go an hour or two longer.
Yeah.
Because that's
And
going to be another long
I think we
topic.
could also exchange our thoughts before the meeting, and we know where we are. Yeah, I mean, because, of course, as you said, Mr. Brooks spent a lot of time on it, and we I appreciate the effort, and I do think we need more standard procedures for our meetings. And,
So I guess let me throw this out there. So the crest is for the work session in December. And if Ms. Talbert and Mr. Brooks wants to reach out, if any of us want to meet with them individually to get more input, we got between now and then, or if we're ready to come in December. But I would like to push that forward if first work session in December. Yep. And then on top of that, I guess, are we going to put out a report, or has our GMA folks put out a report from the retreat, like, here's all the action items, or? Okay.
Distribute those if you need them, but we normally distribute them both at the same time. I'll reach out to them and see where they're at with the process.
Okay. I'm already having trouble remembering what we talked about, but as soon as we can keep it fresh would be great. All right. That's it, Mayor. Thanks.
Commissioner Langstaff,
Nothing at this time.
Commissioner Young.
Nothing else.
Okay, now the chair would entertain a motion to go into executive session to discuss potential litigation.
Motion to go into executive session.
Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? No discussion, could we call the roll? Ms. Talbert?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Hold on. Yeah. They don't need to, do they?
Chief reminded me that we're going to come back to that. We forgot to mention that it's Albany State homecoming week. I'm not going to the game.
I guess I'm gonna go. I ain't got nobody to go with. Oh, ready?
Yes.
Okay. We just went into executive session to discuss potential litigation and a personnel matter. No action was taken. And with that, that concludes the business. And Commissioner Howard has reminded me that the chief reminded him that this is ASU's homecoming this weekend, and we want to welcome everybody that's coming into town and look forward to the game on Saturday and all the other festivities this weekend.
Mayor.
With that-
Did anybody adjourn executive session?
Yes.
Okay, you got that for me, Nathan? Who adjourned executive session, the motion and the time?
With that, we'll be adjourned.